Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Cattlemen's Congress here at the Oklahoma State Fairgrounds. We are excited to get started with another day here in the Jim York Arena. If I could please have you all rise for a national anthem. Well, once again, good morning and welcome to the third annual Cattlemen's Congress. The show managed by Cattlemen for Cattlemen. Together we've created a lasting legacy here in Oklahoma City, and we are proud to have each and every one of you here with us. We are going to get started here in Ring 1 and 2 in the Jim York Arena. In Ring 1, we are going to get started with your junior show here in the Beef Builder and Percentage Bronze Heifers. Over in the Charolais ring, we'll get started with your Percentage Junior Heifer Calves. Well, in Ring 2, we're excited to welcome your Judge Davis and Cody Sankey of Economy, Indiana. He owns Sankey Angus and also works for Gen X Beef, where he's the Senior Director of Beef Programs. He went to Oklahoma State University with a bachelor's and master's in animal science. In Indiana, he lives with his wife, Lindsay, and children Cyrus and Caroline. He owns and operates Sankey Angus with his family and raises registered Angus seed stock cattle. Those of you sitting ringside, let's put our hands together and welcome our judge in Ring 2 today, Mr. Cody Sankey. Over in Ring 1, we're excited to welcome your judge, Mr. Dave Allen of Nacona, Texas. He's the owner of Bar A Cattle and Gene Source. He has bachelor's of science from Texas A&M and does graduate work at Michigan State University. He lives in Texas with his wife Becky and sons Tyler, Mason, and Landry. He managed purebred and stocker operations for 10 years and started his own cattle operation 20 years ago. He started Gene Source 10 years ago. He enjoys raising and showing cattle with his family. Let's put our hands together and welcome our judge in Ring 1, Mr. Dave Allen.
Well, good morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be here and excited for today, and really a nice effort here to start off our first class as a single entry in our percentage show. Really a nice young heifer here, very youthful about her head and neck and the way she ties in up in her front end, straight and strong in her top line. She's fighting the lead out here a little bit, probably one of her first shows. Maybe get her back out there with some other animals, see her get out and go. But really a nice single entry. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in Ring 2 and a nice way to start our Charolais show. First place in Class 8A Heifer Calves. We'll go back to number 4,001, Miss 170K, owned by Ryan Crutcher of Fairgrove, Missouri. We'll now bring in Class 8B.
nice side, a real nice class to start off the percentage show today. The young lady has a black heifer, really a nice female, very complete in terms of her balance, really bold in her rib cage, a muscular female that sure sounds enough when we get her out on the move. She's probably not as long-fronted and long-hipped as the heifer in second, but just a shot stouter and bolder in her makeup, very nicely presented as well. The heifer in second, I think she does have the advantage in terms of length of body, a little greener in her kind, very sound on her feet and legs. I think one with time, a little feed, could be very, very competitive. She's just not quite there yet today and gives up some mass and power to our class winner, but a real nice pair of heifers to start off the show today.
Well, congratulations in ring one, and a good way to start on our beef builder and percentage bronze beef female show. First place in class 12, we'll go back over 2002. OXO Bricktown Buttercup exhibited by Paisley, Oxford of Nebraska, Oklahoma. And second place goes back over 2001. Bar W Koala 612 exhibited by Tanya Williams of Perryton, Texas. We're now going to bring in your next class. This will be your junior show, class 13, Beef Builder Junior Heifer Calves, born January to February of 2022.
Another nice class here in our percentage show. The young man smoke heifer could be used to lead off with. I think just a little more appropriate for size and type and kind here in this April class. I think the heifer has got really a nice balance to her, the way she's put together. She's really extended up through her front end, gets out and travels well in terms of angulation of shoulder and the way she reaches in stride. Just a nice heifer here to come out to lead off. Young man's yellow heifer in second, undoubtedly the biggest, stoutest heifer in the class. It's got a lot of performance to her and mass. Gets a little coarser in the way she goes. Plenty big for this stage of the game, in my opinion. But still really a big, powerful female. And if that's the kind you like, that's certainly a heifer that offers a lot of quality and merit. Heifer that comes in third, I really like the shape of rib and what she has to offer there. Maybe find a change in just how she handles out of her hip and her hind leg and down to the ground and the way she plants and travels. But really a nice trio of heifers out here in this class. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause as they go out of the ring.
On the beef builder side, another nice pair of heifers out here in a fairly close placing. I think these heifers both have advantages relative to the class. Female that wins is a bit more moderate in type and kind. Really eye-appealing heifer that's nice to her front end. She's level top. She's sound on her feet and legs. She's one that's got an advantage in muscularity to the heifer in second, and I think she goes better off her hind wheels as well. If we're to change her, maybe just like to see a shot more rear rib and flank in this heifer, but a nice heifer to win the class. Heifer in second is a larger frame, longer body heifer that's really attractive and feminine. One, if we were to change her, she gets a little uncoordinated in the way she handles her hind leg. Maybe just needs a shot more rib and body relative to her frame size, but a nice pair of heifers in a fairly close placing in this class.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Charolais ring. We have the results of Class 8B. First place was back in the 4,004 Curtin Margie 7K, exhibited by Hudson Eaton of Newalla, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 4009, FFF Millie, 2217, exhibited by Tyler Pettigrew of Yukon, Oklahoma. And in third place in that class would be back number 4010, exhibited by Paisley White of Springfield, Nebraska. Now currently in our Charolais ring will be your final class in our junior heifer calf division is the Class 8C. Back over in ring 1 results of Class 13. First place was back in 2003, Miss Buttercup, exhibited by Aubrey Pettit of Page, Texas. Second place was back in 2004. Essentially was exhibited by Kaylin Jacobs of Bremen, Texas. We are now going to go right into your division champion and reserve in our junior heifer calf division.
Our first division here in the Percentage Bronco Show. 4 really nice heifers out here, but I think as you can see when we get them out here, there's one heifer to me that I think is overpowering. She's the biggest rib, heaviest muscle heifer. She's a nicely designed, nicely balanced kind of a female, and very nicely presented as well, and that's the young lady's black heifer. She'll be the champion in this division, and then I think it gets really close for reserve. The heifer that was second to her in the gray heifer that won the second class, very similar in their type and kind. They're long-bodied, sound-structured heifers that are clean in their makeup. I think the gray heifer has a shot more muscle shape as you read her down her top and into her quarter. Maybe handles her top line a little bit better on the move. So the gray heifer that won class 2 will be the reserve.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 1. We have the results of your first division here in our beef builder and Percentage Bronco Heifer Show. Champion quarterback number 2002. Congratulations to Paisley Oxtoby of Braggs, Oklahoma, with OXO Bricktown Buttercup. And reserve champion quarterback number 2003. That was exhibited by Aubrey Pettit of Page, Texas. Now bringing class 14. This is beef builder winter heifer calves from November to December 2021.
Really a high-quality class of females over here on the percentage side. I think it's close here on the top end of a pair of heifers that are quality and good. The heifer I chose to start off with. I think just a little more extended up front, a little longer body. I think just a heifer that has just a little more substance to her. A heifer that is evaluated the way she reaches and travels up her hind leg. I like the way she slants down at the ground. A nice heifer to lead off. Heifer in second, I think got a little more bone, a little more foot to her. Heifer that's got just a little more of that about her. Maybe if I were to change it, she maybe just gets a nickel plane up into her front end. Maybe wants to hawk in just a touch when we ask her to go. But two really high quality females here at the front of this class. Young lady's white heifer coming in third. Really a performance oriented female that's got a lot of weight per day of age, a lot of pounds. I think the female just gives up a little bit in terms of substance underneath and out through a quarter compared to the pair of females that beat her in this class. But really a nice trio of heifers. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2, results in Class 8C. First place went back number 4011. RJ Kyra 216K, exhibited by Ella Weldon. Second place in that class went back number 4013. Belle Woolley 207K, exhibited by Sage Hanahan. And third place in that class goes back number 4012, exhibited by Elaine Hughes. We're now going to bring in first and seconds out of that division. Our judges selected Champion Reserve Junior Heifer Calf at our percentage show.
On the percentage Brownie side, really a nice single entry in this class. One of the high quality heifers that's come through today. I love the body and rib shape. Really muscular female, yet she's nicely designed in terms of her hip and hind leg. Balances up really well when you get her out on the profile. A female that gets out on a long stride, takes a long step. If we were to change it, you might like to clean up her throat latch just a little bit. Maybe she gets out of her front end just a little bit wide. But still a very high quality heifer, very nicely presented. One that could sure stand a lot more competition out here today.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 1, results of Class 14, first place. Went back number 2006, FTN LON, exhibited by Alyssa Stinnett of Seymour, Missouri. Now bringing in Class 15, we beat Builder Senior Heifer Calves from September to October of 2021.
Really a nice division out here of our younger calves. I think really a nice trio of heifers to come back out here in this division for selection for champion. You know, as we get back out here, I talked about the heifers in class, but I think there's one that sticks out and the type of kind that I like. The young lady out of Class 3 is going to be our division champion. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in our first division over here at the Charolais show. Your division champion back number 4011, exhibited by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma.
Talked about in class, the second was very close to our contender in that class, so I'm going to follow in with her for reserve. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
And congratulations to your reserve in that division. Go to back number 4013, exhibited by Sage Hanahan of Garcia, Oklahoma. We're now going to start the next division here in our percentage Charolais Junior show. These will be senior heifer calves. We start with Class 9A.
A nice class of September females in our Beef Builder show. Heifer that wins the class, I think she has an advantage in terms of her structural correctness. She has an advantage in terms of balance and eye appeal. Just a really long-sided, good-looking heifer. Handles her spine a bit better than the female in second. Heifer in second is a little deeper in the center part of her body. She's probably got a shot more bone, foot. She's one that comes apart a little bit. We set her in motion, wants to get it up at her top and drop her pins. Just not quite as correct in terms of her structure and her spine. But still a nice female with some body. She's fresh in her condition. Another good class in the Beef Builder show.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1, results class 15. First place goes back to 2009, Miss JMS Joy J229, exhibited by Hannah Tennyson of Guy, Arkansas. In second place goes back to 2010, Miss CDP Moneymaker, exhibited by Colt Pittman of Canadian Texas. Now we're bringing first and second to our judges selection champion reserve senior heifer calves.
Real functional pair of females here in our November class. The heifer that leads off, just a real sound, complete, kind of a female. I like her body, her angularity. She's level and square and true. Just a nice, solid female to start off with. Heifer in second just gives up a little bit in that rear ribbon flank compared to the class winner. Maybe doesn't handle from hooks to pins quite as well. But two really nice heifers here. Let's give these young exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations to the Charolais ring, results class 9A. First place will go back number 4015, HF Jackie 169, exhibited by Jesse Hankins of Springfield, Missouri. Second place in that class, back number 4014, JES Opal 925K, exhibited by Avery Staggs of Wayne, Oklahoma. We'll now bring in class 9B. We'll look for 2 entries in this class.
A nice set of cattle in our second division of the Beef Builder show. I think it gets down to the 2 class winners, the 2 black heifers. The heifer that leads off that won the youngest class is really dominating in terms of her total body volume and rib cage. To go with that, I really like the hip and hind leg, the shape that she has, yet she can get out and travel. She's got some foot and bone. Really a high quality female with a shot of extra power. If we were to change her, maybe like to see her just a little more feminine in terms of her neck and head. But that's a powerful heifer that balances up a lot of quality in that female. Heifer is a little bit more feminine in terms of her neck and head. She's long-bodied. She's another heifer I think that's adequate when she gets out and goes. She's not as big in her body. She's not as heavy-boned and big-footed as the heifer that won the class ahead of her. But she does have that slight advantage in terms of femininity up front. To me, I like the power today of the heifer that won the first class and the look and volume. She'll be your champion in this division. Heifer that won the second class will be reserved.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1. We have the results of your senior heifer calf division. First place go back to 2006. STN Miss Ellen, exhibited by Alexis Danette of Seymour, Missouri. Reserve in that division will go back to number 2009. Miss JMS Joy J229, exhibited by Hannah Tennyson of Guy, Arkansas. We're now going to bring in class 16 Beef Builder Intermediate heifers for May to August of 2021.
Out here in this class, the heifer I'm going to use to start off with, I think balances up like the ones I've been selecting in terms of femininity and balance and the way she comes in her type and kind and lines. I like the way she comes out of her chest forward, got some center sweep to her body. I think the female you get behind her still has enough width and dimension. Maybe steps down just a touch rigid in her pasterns when you ask her to go and just relax her there just a little bit. But I think a nice heifer there to lead off. Heifer in second's a big, stout, powerful individual. A lot of performance, a lot of muscle, a lot of width down her top. She maybe gets a little straight up in her shoulder and in her knee and wants to turn out up front just a touch and maybe doesn't quite handle her hind leg. Just correct for her structure. I think she can contend in this class. But like her shape, her kind, her build of that female in this class. The one that comes out next in line, a moderate female, will be easy keeping kind of female for this young lady. Just maybe gets a little rounder in the way she's put together. Maybe not quite the width and power of the pair of heifers that beat her, but really a nice trio of heifers, but a great group of exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2, results of class 9B. First place to go to back number 419, Bunny Charlotte, bred known by Alyssa Stinnett of Seymour, Missouri. Second place is back number 4016, FFF Firefly 1098, exhibited by Nicole Rose Bartholomew of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Third place in that class go to back number 4017, exhibited by Paisley Long. We'll now bring in those first and seconds. Our judges select his champion reserve percentage heifer calf.
On the beef builder side, we have some yearling class, which is also a division. Two young ladies both have nice females, a little different in type and kind. Both of them have class advantages. The younger heifer is the female that leads off. She's in August. Tremendously long-sided heifer. I think a sound structured heifer. One that's correct in terms of her condition. If we were to change her, she's probably not as big-centered and bold-maned as the heifer that stands in second. But I think her advantage in performance and look is what puts her at the top of the class. The heifer in second is very nicely designed in terms of her structure. Her feet and legs are excellent. Big body kind of a female. The young lady does a great job of showing this heifer. I'd just like to see her a little bigger, a little higher performing and relative to her age, but one that's obviously bred and sound and functional. Just like to see a little more performance today, but that will be your grand reserve in the third division.
Back over here on our Charolais side, two nice heifers out here in this division. I think some that offer some similarities in terms of body and type and kind. I think our yellow heifer out of our second class, just a little stouter everywhere you measure. She's going to be our division champion. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, your champion in that division will go to back number 4019, Bunny Charlotte, exhibited by Alyssa Stinnett, Seymour, Missouri.
Bring in the second out of that class. I think a heifer that follows the type and kind of her division winner quite well. We're going to keep that pair together. She's going to be your reserve division. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Charolais region. Reserves in that division will go to back number 4016, FFF Firefly 1098. Exhibited by Nicole Rose Bartholomew of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. The Charolais ring will now look to bring in Class 10A. This will be your first class here in our percentage intermediate heifer division. Back over in the Broadway ring, we have the results of your intermediate division. Your champion wins back number 2011, Miss SFF 151J, exhibited by Annabelle Layton of Leroy, Kansas. And reserve champion that division will go to back number 2012, exhibited by Foster Queddick of Memphis, Texas. When I bring in Class 17, Class 17 is Beef Builder Spring Heifers.
Just a single entry in this class, a heifer that certainly has a lot of dimension to her, a lot of three-dimensional shape, a lot of rib shape and width of muscle down her top and out of her back. A nice single entry out here. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause, and we'll see how she shapes up back out here in the division.
Well, congratulations to Class 10A over here in Ring 2. First place goes back to number 4020, TR Miss Karma J80, exhibited by Katie Hazemeyer of McLeod, Oklahoma. We'll now bring in Class 10B. This will be your final class here in this division.
Two heifers in our spring yearling class, March and April, will also be our fourth division today. A great pair of females, definitely the highest quality and toughest class we've seen out here today. A heifer that leads off is just a nice stouter. She's bigger top, bigger hip, got a shot more body, but a beautifully balanced female, one that's really good on her feet and legs when she gets out and go. I like the way she handles her spine. You get her on the profile, she's good in her lines, bounces up very well, has that shot of extra body and flank. Really nice udder design as well. So just a high quality female with a shot more power. The young lady in second, her heifer is a little leaner, and I think that's an advantage, and I think that made it really, really close. A really feminine heifer. I love her from the shoulders forward, one that's really good at the ground, big-footed female. Maybe doesn't handle her spine quite as nicely as the heifer that wins the class. Gives up just a little bit in terms of muscle and body, but still a really fresh, eye-appealing heifer that's very sound, has a lot of quality about her. I think an excellent class, is definitely the deepest, closest class we've had all day.
Well, congratulations. It is the Youth Builder Ring, your champion junior. We'll go to back to 2014, Miss JMS Tiva JG10, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. Reserving that division. We'll go to back to 2013, exhibited by Harper Jackson of Jacksboro, Texas. We're now going to bring in all of our division champion reserves over here to Ring 1. Our judge, Mr. Dave Allen, will select his grand and reserve grand champion Beef Builder heifer.
Nice pair of heifers out here in this class. The young ladies heifer we usually start off with. Just a stouter made, bigger bodied, bigger footed individual. She's got plenty of condition on her for this stage of the game. Maybe lean her up just a touch, but I think still plenty of dimension to that female. A nice place to start off. Heifer that comes out in second, a little fresher in her appearance up through her front end. Just maybe a little rawer in her overall build and the way she's put together. But still like her length and the way she balances up. A nice pair of heifers. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations. Yearling heifers. First place goes back to number 4022, KLA GHC Marsha 1101. Charolais show.
out here in this division. Just two classes, three head, but really a nice pair of heifers out here that come back out in contention. I think some females that offer a lot of similarities in type and kind. Out here, we picked up second into consideration, but I guess for me, I'm going to use the heifer out of our second class, just a little bigger, stouter, more performance-oriented, and follow in with our young lady out of our first class for reserve. But let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Before we pick our champion on the beef builder side, let's put our hands together and congratulate all the young folks that came through the ring today in our beef builder show. Not a lot of numbers, but a really good show in terms of quality. I think 8 outstanding females out here, 4 or 5 that I think are really good. As we go through the divisions, the young lady that won the first division is a very unique heifer, a moderate frame, big body, muscular heifer. It's really nice in terms of when we get her out on the move. Really attractive up to her front end. Maybe if you were to change her, you'd like to raise her pin set, lengthen her hip just a little bit, but a very high quality female that's stout and very nicely presented and shown as well. I have her in the second division, one that I love from the shoulders back. The way her rib comes into her forearm and shoulder, her hip design, the way she handles her hind leg when set her in motion, one that's got enough rib shape and muscularity and very well balanced when you get her out on the profile. If we were to change her, maybe just like to see her a little more feminine in terms of her neck and head, but that's a high quality female that's functionally good and still has some show ring eye appeal. The heifer that won the third division is long-bodied and she's in the correct condition. She gives up some substance and mass volume to the heifers on either side of her, but I think still a deserving one in that division. And then we get back to our Division 4 heifer, really came out of a good class, 2 outstanding. Sutter designed for an older female as well. So I think really a good lineup, 3 heifers. I think you can mix and match in different ways, and a second place heifer or a reserve division over here that's in contention as well. I'll show you the 2 that I like today, but congratulations to these young folks. A great set of heifers in this beef builder show.
Well, congratulations back up here in the Charolais lane. The results of your final division, your champion went back to their 4022. Exhibited by Carson Caldwell of Chickasha, Oklahoma. Reserved in that division was exhibited by Katie Hazemeyer of Cloud, Oklahoma. Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1, your grand champion coming out of our final division, grand champion beef builder heifer. Congratulations to Jalen Smith, Rosebud, Arkansas, with Miss JMS Tiva J210.
We'll get out of here to select our champion composite female. Not a lot of numbers in our show, but certainly a lot of quality. I think a set of heifers as we get back out here. Young lady out of our first division. Really an attractive made female. I think it's built for the long haul. Be interesting to see what this heifer looks like come next year. Has the parts and pieces to be pretty cool when she gets to be a bigger heifer. Just the way she blends, the way she gets out and travels, the set to her knee and her hock, and the way she can go. Young lady's a heck of a showman. She's got the eye of the tiger out here. She came to win, and she has certainly a high quality heifer. Young lady out of our second division here. I just think of standing still, real complete kind of a heifer. I like the way she's put together, body shape, the build, the way she blends in terms of balance. As we ask her to go, I just like to see her handle her hind leg down at her hock and her passer, just with a little more flex and ease there, but I think just a good, complete kind of a female. Remember that wins our blast division. You like her stoutness, her substance of bone, her width. As we get back out here, maybe a little excess in the condition, gets a nickel planer compared to the other heifers in front of her, but still a nice, big performance kind of a female that's got a lot of width and dimension. Our second's really a competitive group of them. Our calf, I think, follows in very closely to our one-to-one out of our second division here. Really a sound, powerful female. And then a fresh, unique, sound-structured heifer down there. But let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause here in this composite show, and I'll go out here and get you a champion.
Back over in your Bronc viewing, the results out of your spring champion drawing here in the Beef Buildings, your reserve champion wins back in 2002. Congratulations to Paleon Stobie. Back over in the Charolais ring, congratulations to your grand champion percentage Charolais female. Coming out of our first division, congratulations to LOL of Piedmont, Oklahoma, with RJ Cairo 216K. And congratulations to your reserve grand champion percentage Charolais heifer here at your junior show in Cattlemen's Congress. Congratulations to Sage Hanrahan of Okarche, Oklahoma, with Belle Brulé 207K. Again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We'll take a brief break here in your Charolais ring as our judges are going to head to the backdrop, and then we'll get started in just a moment here with your Charolais Junior Heifer Show. Back over in ring one, we're excited to get started with your full-blood and purebred Bronc Heifer Show. Currently in the ring, we have Class 1. These are full-blood, purebred, late spring heifer calves born April 16 of 2022 and after.
As we start the Brown Beef Junior Show, a really nice class of females to lead off with, a lot of quality all the way through, and I think very, very close. Maybe not that one that just jumps out at you coming in the gate and says, I have to win, but I think the heifer that wins the class, to me, is easy in terms of the fact she's very complete and she's very structurally correct. I think easily the most structurally correct heifer in the class. She looks as good on the go as she does on the stand. I love the angles in terms of her hock and her knee and her pastern, the shape of her feet. You watch her go and she just holds herself together. She holds her head up. She's comfortable. And she's got enough body. She's got enough look. You might like to clean up her throat just a little bit, but I think she's very complete, very correct. One I think that comes we get her out on the profile. Heifer in third is another one I think that is kind of fault-free. She's another one that's pretty good when we set her in motion. She's adequate in terms of her rib cage. Gets a little shorter bodied as we compare to some of the heifers ahead of her. Maybe it's like to lengthen her front end out, clean her up a little bit, but still she's sound, fairly complete. The young man in fourth has an interesting female. I think down the road she could be pretty good. She's the longest running, most feminine heifer in the class. Relative to her condition, she's still pretty good in terms of rib and body. She gives up some bone and some stoutness to the three heifers ahead of her today. As she matures, if she stoutens up a little bit, that one could be really tough next year because of her look and her femininity and the shape to the center part of her rib. Young heifer coming out next, the youngest female in the class, and she gives up a couple of months in terms of age. And she's a functional heifer that's adequate in her rib and her muscle. Maybe not quite as attractive through her front one-third, and maybe just doesn't want to show herself off today quite as well as some of the other heifers ahead of her in class. We come down to the end of the class, two nice females that maybe give up some rib and flank, two heifers that maybe don't handle their spine quite as nicely as some of the others. We set them in motion, but still I think functional heifers just give up some structure and some volume as we compare them to the heifers ahead of them today.
Well, congratulations over here to ring one, and a good way to start our full-blood purebred Bronco heifer show. First place. We'll go to back to number 2021. RJE Lily May 243K, exhibited by Round Jack Etchison of Amarillo, Texas. Second place went back to 2018. Pratt Miss Phoenix 76K, exhibited by Shelby Pratt of Brennan, Texas. Third place went back to 2023, exhibited by Caleb Jacobs. Fourth place back in 2020, Jeremiah Gonzalez Jr. Fifth place was back in 2017, exhibited by Shelby Bradford. Sixth place exhibited by Samantha Mullen. Seventh place in that class was back in 2022, Jeremiah Gonzalez Jr. Now ring one is class 2. This is full-blood and purebred early spring heifer calves for March-April of 2022.
heifers have advantages relative to the class. The female that wins, again, it's her structural correctness. You set her in motion, she makes a long stride, she's really good in her spine, and you get her out there moving, beautifully balanced on the profile. Flat shouldered, feminine, got some depth of body, really nice in terms of length and levelness of hip. I think she's adequate in terms of muscularity when you get behind her. Maybe relative to the heifer in a second, she could just use a shot of bone, but that's a really correct, fresh, nicely balanced heifer to win the class. Maybe if anything too, we'd just like to tone her down a little bit in terms of her frame size. The heifer in second is more moderate, and I like that. She's a heavier structure, bigger bone kind of a female that sure got some rib and some muscle. I think the difference is when you set them in motion. She's just a little tighter at her top. She wants to drop her pins. She's not unsound, but she's a heifer that's not as perfect in her structure as the heifer that wins the class. Young lady coming next has a nice female, I think a moderate frame heifer that has an advantage in structure over the heifer in fourth. She's just a shot stouter as well. One that maybe as we compare the heifers above her could just use a little more rib, maybe be a little farther along today, but I think her advantage in structure puts her in third over the heifer in fourth. Young lady in fourth has a nice moderate heifer with some body and some muscularity. Again, we just like to change her skeleton. Set her in motion, she gets a little up on her pasterns and tighten her top, but a nice female and a very good class today.
Well, congratulations over here in the Bronx Beaver. Results of class 2, first place, back in 2025. Miss JMN and Beth K312, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. Second place, back in 2028. Rylan Kimball of Montrose, Colorado, with RFK Ace of Hearts 353K. Third place in that class, exhibited by Tanya Williams. And fourth place, exhibited by Riley Flowers. Now, ring one, we're bringing in class 3. These are full-blood and purebred junior heifer calves for January and February of 2022. Back over to ring 2, we're getting started with your Charolais show. First class in the ring, class 1A.
Nice way to start off our first class here in the Charolais show. Young ladies have what we usually start off with. I think offers the most type and kind in the right direction that I've been looking for. A heifer that really is attractive up through her front 1/3. She's good to her center body. Maybe probably changing just how she handles her hip and her hind leg down at the ground. See her handle with more strength and stability in there. But still, I think in this class, the female that does the most things right in terms of body and shape and design, nice place to lead off with. Young man's heifer in second that comes in, I think closely follows her in type and kind. Straight and true in her lines, has some shape, a look about her. Just maybe not quite the overall width and dimension of the heifer that's going to lead off the class, but still a nice individual here to come in second. A little larger frame heifer coming in here in third. I think a performance-oriented female. As we look at her, maybe just get a little harder to see out here the way she's acting. Maybe just change how she handles her hind leg and down to the ground and see her step down with a little more strength and stability. Young lady's got a greener heifer coming in here in fourth. Just like to soften her up all the way through, give her a little more substance about her body, but a nice set of heifers in this class. Let's give a nice round of applause here as they exit the ring.
Well, congratulations in our first class in your Charolais show. First place, we go to back number 4026, CAH Virginia 04K, exhibited by Avery Hunt of Longview, Texas. Second place is back number 4027, exhibited by Hunter Blakely of Oologah, Oklahoma. Third place in that class, also exhibited by Hunter Blakely. Fourth place, we go to back number 4031, exhibited by Tiana Gray. Now we're going to bring in class 1B in our heifer calf division.
On the Bromley side, a really good class, one that kind of breaks up into some multiple pairs that are pretty close, and I really like these two up here on the front end. Young lady that wins the class, I think it's easy to see, she has the really attractive fresh heifer in the class. She's very feminine, yet she's got some body and some spring to her rib. You get behind her, that heifer is muscular, she's green and lean, and I like that about her. I think there's a lot of future in her, yet she's very natural and big in her rib. One that gets out and travels pretty well. We set her in motion. If we were to perfect her, you might raise her pin set, just see just a little more angulation in terms of her hock, but she's still plenty sound as she goes, beautifully balanced, and relative to her condition, there's quite a bit of heifer there. The heifer in second is very functional, probably the best structured heifer in the class. In terms of feet and legs, when you set her in motion, she covers her tracks, she's very true off both ends, she's got some bone and some foot and some body. I like that about her. She's not as attractive to her front third as the heifer that wins the class, and another one maybe drops her pins a little on the go, but two high-quality females on the front end. A high-performing, very, very, very long-bodied heifer in third, and one when you get her on the stand, she's really strong in her top and attractive. As we compare to the heifers ahead of her, she's not as good in her structure. As you watch her go, she gets up in her top. She needs a shot more rear rib and flank as we compare to those ahead of her, but she's stout and she's long, and the young lady does a nice job of presenting her when we get her out on the profile. The young man in fourth, another functional female, big-bodied heifer. I think that one is pretty good in terms of her feet and legs. She gives up some balance to those ahead of her. A little plainer through her front third, wants to drop her pins plenty when we set her in motion. But I like the body, I like the feet and legs, just like to change her from a balance standpoint. One of the really stout maid heifers coming next that the young man has a lot of power when you get behind her. Big hip, big top, a lot of stifle. One that just gives up some things in terms of balance when we get her out on the profile. She needs to be more feminine up front. She needs to be leveler in terms of her hip, but she is very, very stout in her makeup. And then the two young ladies in the class of nice moderate heifers or two, we just like to change them from a balance standpoint. They want to drop their pins a little more on the go than what's ideal. They maybe not as correct in terms of the way they handle their hind leg. We set them in motion, but I think they're nice in terms of being in the right condition. They're modern, their frame size. Just like to change their skeleton, maybe see a shot more performance as well. Nice class of females out here today.
Well, congratulations, Ring 1. We have the results of Class 3. First place is the back number 2034 CW Chelsea, exhibited by Ellen Zybe of Campbellsburg, Indiana. Second place is the back number 2033, exhibited by Cole Pittman of Canadian, Texas. Third place in that class is back number 2036, exhibited by Shelby Bradzik of Brennan, Texas. Fourth place was back number 2037, Jeremiah Gonzalez Jr. Fifth place in that class exhibited by Eric Pettit. Sixth place was back number 2038, exhibited by Piper Hawkins. And seventh place in that class going back number 2031, Annie Beziger.
Over here on the Charolais side, the female I'm going to use to win this class, I think kind of overpowers the rest of the class. I know she's probably the most advanced in her skeletal maturity, the most mature heifer out here for sure, but still probably too much to deny in terms of body and mass and substance. The way she's put together, just the way you study her, and the type and kind that puts together a class-winning look out here in this group. Everything comes in second, it's a little greener compared to our class winner, a little more youthful in her appearance about her head and neck, and I think as we go on in time, probably catch up in terms of body. Just fighting the lead out here a little bit, but still a nicely balanced heifer, I think, that come together well and have a bright future. Heifer coming in next, big stout bone, rugged made heifer. Just change her structure. Wants to get too upright in her blade and doesn't want to handle her hip and her hind leg quite right. But a heifer that has plenty of shape and turn to her top and out of her hip. Heifer that comes out next, just a little more of rolls a little in her top and off in her hip, but just change that about her and the way she blends together from a balance perspective, but still enough shape and spring a rib as you view her from behind. And a heifer that comes in next in line, just a sound, functional, complete heifer that gives up too much in terms of balance and compete with the heifers in front of her. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations over here to Charolais Ring. We have the results of Class 1B. First place we got back number 4037, FFF Snowflake 2227. Bred known by Camden Filippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Second place goes back number 4034, exhibited by Lily Williams of Keithville, Louisiana. Third place in that class exhibited by 4038, McKenna Mitchell of Justin, Texas. Fourth place went to Madison Ashcraft of Clinton, Oklahoma. And fifth place in that class exhibited by Tana Griggs of Webb City, Missouri. Now in ring 2 we have Class 1C.
On the Bromby side, we have our first division and purebreds out here. Really 3 high-quality classes with some depth and 3 excellent females out here to represent. I think the common denominator is all 3 of these class winners are really good in terms of their feet and legs, the way they can get out and move. They've got some length and stride. They're true on both ends. They handle their spines pretty well. We set them in motion. And I think that's part of the reason they got to the top. With that, they're nicely balanced heifers. They're correct in terms of their condition. 3 nice females to win the classes. They're a little different in their type of kind. The heifer that won the first class is very functional. I like the feet and legs. I love her body. She's probably not as attractive up through her neck as the 2 heifers behind her, but I think she's still feminine about her head. Probably the biggest thing I was changing, just like to raise her pin set a little bit. We set her in motion. Heifer from the second class is beautiful on the move. She reaches, she really holds her top line nicely. nicely balanced when we get her on the profile. She's very level-hipped and long-fronted. You know, as we compare her to the others, maybe could just use a shot of body relative to her frame size. She's probably plenty big for me, but there's a lot of quality and really good structure in terms of that heifer. And then we have a female from the third class, extremely feminine, clean-fronted, big and bold in the rib, a heifer that's got some muscle. I really like the condition that she's in. If we're to nitpick her, maybe she gets a little low in her pin set, but really a high-quality female. And to me, she's the most of the best. She'll be the champion in this division. As we bring the second place heifer in, another functional female, a heifer that can get out and travel, big body, deep-sided kind of a female. Maybe not as much look and eye appeal as a heifer directly ahead of her or the one that stood ahead of her in class, but that's a good kind of a female that's very useful in her kind. I think the heifer that most closely follows our champion in this division will be the heifer from Class 2. She will be the reserve.
Well, congratulations in our junior heifer calf division. Your champion will go back to 2034. That's SW Chelsea, exhibited by Ellen Zeiding, Campbellsburg, Indiana. Reserve champion in that division will go back to 2025. Mrs. JMS Beth K312, exhibited by Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. We're now going to get started with your winner heifer calf division. This is Class 4. place. Back number 2045, exhibited behind Jalen Smith, Rosebud, Arkansas. Second place, we go to back number 2046, Annie Massacre of Southland, Texas. Third place is exhibited behind Grayson Sims. Fourth place, Gage McMurder. And fifth place in that class, back number 2048, Shelby Samaritan. Now I'm going to bring in your first and second, so judges selecting the champion reserve senior heifer calves.
On the Bromley side, as we pick the fall division, we've got the older heifer standing in the first position here. As we said in class, just beautifully balanced, very eye-appealing heifer that's excellent in terms of her feet and legs, and that's what
Really. Future ahead of her, youngest heifer out here in our division. She compared to the other heifers out here, maybe just not as stout at the ground in terms of bone and foot size and the way you read her up in through her hip and her stifle, but really put together nice, really balanced up well. A big, stout, powerful heifer out of our second class. Got a lot of body. But really a powerful set in this division. I'm going to go out here and take one more look, and then I'll get you a division champion. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
On the Bromley side, two summer yearling heifers and a really nice pair of females that will also be the champion in reserve in this third division. Young lady's heifer that wins the class. I love her structure and the way she moves. I really like the condition that she's in. She's super fresh, yet that heifer's still got some body and some volume. Beautifully balanced as we read her through her front end and down her top line. One that looks just as good on the move as she does on the stand. And I think a high-quality heifer to win this class and represent this division. The young man's heifer in second. Really nice on the profile, strong top, probably a shot stouter made in terms of substance of bone, one that gives up some look. She gets a little deeper in her chest and higher in her flank relative to our class winner, and maybe not quite as perfect in terms of her movement, but a nice pair of heifers and really a fresh, high-quality heifer to lead this division off.
Well, congratulations in the Charolais ring. Your spring heifer calf champion will go to back number 4048. Congratulations to Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with LMAN Miss Shelley 251K. And reserve champion in that division will go to back number 4044. Congratulations, Case Conley, Sulphur, Oklahoma, with Belle Elvira 246K. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now start your next division here in our Junior Charolais show. Look for Class 2A. Back over in the Bronvie ring, congratulations. In Class 6 in your intermediate division, your champion goes to back number 2049, SW Mia, exhibited by Ellen Zagbing of Campbellsburg, Indiana. And second place in reserve in that division will go to back number 2050, WCCR Ladybug 1039, exhibited by Aiden Wilkin. Now entering the ring is Class 7, full-blood and purebred spring yearling heifers born March to April of 2021.
Nice class of heifers here. Young lady's heifer I'm going to use to start off with is the soundest heifer in this pair of heifers, and that's what compels her to win. Look at her angle to her shoulder and the way she reaches and flexes at the ground and the way you read her. Body shape and dimension, a nice heifer. Definitely the bigger, stouter, more powerful heifers in two, but for me, she just sits a little forward in her shoulder and wants to roll out on her front end when we ask her to go. Maybe doesn't quite handle her structure just as well as we'd like. But still a big, powerful heifer that has a lot to offer from a muscle and dimension standpoint. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in Class 2A, first place. So go to back number 4058, W.H. Jatley 217 BLD, exhibited by Jesse Hankins of Springfield, Missouri. Second place in that class, exhibited by 4056, Micah Joe Brumley of Rush Springs, Oklahoma, with FFF Watts Ellie 2210. We'll now bring in Class 2B. This will be your final class in this division.
Oh, on the Bromby side, definitely the highest quality, deepest class we've had all day. We've got a lot of numbers in these older heifers, and we've got a lot of quality. There's a give and take in a couple of pairs, but I'm really happy the way it's sorted out. The heifer that wins the class is kind of one of those, this is what I've been waiting on in terms of she walks in and her balance. You look at her front end, her head, neck, and shoulder, her rib cage. She can handle herself on the move in terms of being true and long strided. She's pretty good in her spine. She's got enough muscle when you get behind her. I'd say she's kind of medium in her frame size, which is just fine for me. And she's nice in terms of her condition. She's very fresh. Just a high-quality heifer to win the class. Heifer in second is really fresh and feminine and sound. One that just, if we were to change her, you just wish there was a shot more of her. She gives up a little performance, maybe gives up a little width and stoutness as well, but very nicely balanced, very nicely shown. Good in terms of her feet and legs. Just like to see a shot of performance and power to get her up ahead of that heifer that wins the class. Now, the heifer that does have the performance and power is the female in third. She's long-bodied, big-ribbed, and very muscular, but she bothers me when you set her in motion. She gets a little tighter in her top, doesn't handle her hind leg as correctly as the two heifers ahead of her, and that's what we'd like to change. I think the heifer right below her is sounder in her structure, but this heifer is good-looking and powerful, just like to change the way she gets out and goes. The young lady in fourth, and I think third and fourth is very close because she does have an advantage in terms of feet and legs and spine over the heifer directly ahead of her, but she gives up some things in terms of balance. She's a little plainer in her front 1/3. She's a little off in terms of her hip, but that heifer's functional. I like like her feet and legs. She's got some body. She's in the correct condition. Still a lot of quality in that female. A good class, because as we're coming down the line, the young lady coming out next has a long-sided heifer. One that you get her on the profile is really nice in terms of balance and design. She's another one that could handle her hind leg a little different when we set her in motion, and that's what we'd like to change. Maybe gets a little flat in terms of her rib and her quarter, but that one's really pretty long-bodied and good in her lines when you get her out on the profile. Young lady at the end of the class has a good female. I think that one's sound enough. She just gives up some volume and some balance as we get her out here with these others. Maybe like to change her hip design as we compare her to some of those ahead of her, but a very good class, definitely the deepest class from top to bottom that we've had in the purebred show today.
Over here on our Charolais side, really an outstanding class winner. She sorts herself up pretty fast when you see her come in the ring. Just like her structure and the way she steps down at the ground, her feet and her angles are right, body shape and dimension, still puts it in with a good look. Just really put together well with a striking, nice profile, nice place to lead off. Heifer in second, I think, follows in as close as you can get, I guess, in type and kind in terms of just balance and structure and body. Obviously, maybe not, just ran into a buzzsaw of a class winner out here, but still a nice, complete, functional heifer there in second. Heifer in third's a little bigger, a little longer. Heifer, I think she just has a little more substance and mass to her, a little more body shape. Just set that tail head into her just a touch better. Heifer that comes in next in line, just like to change her out from hooks to pins and the way she plants down at the ground off her hind leg. Maybe gives up a little bit in terms of body depth and just overall performance. The big stout heifer coming in next, it just changed how she looks out of her hooks to her pins. Wants to lift a little plane and come in at her hocks and get a little straight up in her shoulder. But really a nice set of heifers out here with an awesome class winner. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations back over in the Bronze V ring. Results of Class 7, first place went to back number 2053, Avery Kimball of Montrose, Colorado. Second place, exhibited by Jose Antonio Munoz of Amherst, Texas. Third place will go to Ryland Kimball. Fourth place, exhibited by Cambry Pittman. Fifth place in that class, exhibited by Samantha Mullman. And sixth place, Riley Flowers. Now in the ring, we have Class 8. These are full-blood and purebred junior yearling heifers. Back over in the Charolais ring, results of Class 2B. First place was exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with Boyd Kelly 438K. Second place in that class, exhibited by Lee Borgland of Henning, Minnesota, with Sally 2003 KET. Third place in that class was exhibited by Madison Ashcraft of Clinton, Oklahoma. Fourth place, bred and owned by Corbin Hunt of Longview, Texas. And fifth place, Delane Hughes. We're now bringing in first and seconds. Our judge will select as champion reserve junior heifer calves.
Smaller in numbers in this division, but still stout in quality. Get back out here. These two heifers that won our classes, certainly high-quality individuals. Young lady out of Class 2 will be our division winner, really a high-quality individual. And then as we look at our second over there, I'm going to follow up with the young lady out of Class 1 for reserve. But let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in your junior heifer calf division. Your champion will go to back number 4064, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And reserve champion goes to back number 4058, exhibited by Jesse Hankins of Springfield, Missouri. We're now going to start your senior heifer calf division. We'll bring in Class 3.
A nice class of Brown v. Junior yearlings, and I think all these heifers have some advantages to the class as we get them out here. But I like the combination of the heifer that wins. Tremendous in terms of body volume. You take the length and the depth and the spring of her rib, the length of hip, a lot of heifer there, yet she's very sound. She's very fresh in terms of her condition. Long-fronted kind of a female. Maybe just like to clean her up in her chest a little bit. Not in terms of condition, just skin, but that's a really useful, big volume female that's very, very sound. Heifer coming in second is the powerful made, stout-looking female. when you get her out on the profile. But when we set her in motion, she's a little tighter in her top, just not as free and easy going at the ground as the heifer that wins the class. Maybe just a shot more condition, not quite as fresh as you read her up to her front 1/3. The heifer in third is really good in terms of her structure. She's one of the good ones in terms of her spine and her feet and legs as you read her at the ground. She's in the right condition. She balances nicely. I just wish we had more body and rib. That's where she gives it up to the two heifers ahead of her. But a high-quality class, a good females all the way through.
Congratulations over in the Bronze ring. Results of Class 8, first place. Went to back number 2064 KR Fieldstone. 82J exhibited by Lennon Lister of Lindsay, Oklahoma. Second place exhibited also by Lennon Lister with 4KR Iggy Z 4J2. Third place in that class went to back number 2058 exhibited by Shelby Prazik. We'll now bring in your first and seconds and select a junior champion in this division.
One class, one division here. The heifer I'm going to use to lead off. I think just a complete functional brood cow in the class. Got some body, got some mass, handles her right. Just a nice place to lead off. Heifer in second has got some shape and substance. Turn to her rib. Maybe wants to just get a little straighter up in her shoulder, want to open up. Maybe wants to kick that tail head up just a little high, but still a nice individual there in second. The heifer in third, as we study her, balances up just nice, just gives up too much in terms of performance to the pair of heifers in front of her. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations in your senior heifer calf division. Your champion will go to back number 4077, MJ Miss Polly 118 PET, exhibited by Kylan Oaks. Second place in reserve in that division will go to WIA Miss Firefly 198 PET, exhibited by Lucas Crutcher of Fairgrove, Missouri. And third place in that class, bred and owned by Jackson Staggs of Wayne, Oklahoma. We're now going to start your intermediate heifer division. This first class in will be Class 4A, summer yearling heifers.
Just a single entry here in this class. Heifer that has the right parts and pieces in terms of shape to her fore rib and out through her mid-rib and flank. Plenty of thickness out from behind. Be interesting to see this heifer in more competition as we come back out here. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in your Class 4A first place. We'll go to back number 4078, ECP Nancy Carbon 2112 TW, exhibited by Addison Penley of Bowie, Texas. We're now going to bring in your second class and final class in this division. This will be Class 4B.
In our we got our junior yearling division here, I believe, or spring yearling division in the Bromby show, and 4 excellent females, 2 very high quality class winners. Heifer that won the first class, and maybe it's an overused term, and even sometimes by me, but I would call her very, very complete. Here's one that doesn't. You don't walk out here and say she's the most body, she's the most muscle, she's the best looking. She's enough of all of those things. She's got enough rib, enough muscle. She's good on the go. She's really nice in terms of her front end and the way her neck comes out of her shoulder, the slope and angulation to her shoulder. Just a very complete kind of a heifer that has enough and a lot of quality in that female. And I think because of that, to me, she wins this division pretty handily, and she'll be the division champion. And then I think it gets very, very close between the black heifer that won the second class and the female that was second to our division champion. And they're obviously different. Congratulations. But they both have a lot of good in them. The black heifer is probably one of the biggest volume sound heifers that's come through the ring today. She's long and she's deep. She's got some muscle shape when you get behind her. She's really good on her feet and legs. She's not quite as attractive through her front 1/3, maybe not quite as attractive in her hind leg maybe as the heifers that were on either side of her, but there's a lot of volume there, and she's very, very sound in her makeup. And then we have a very moderate framed heifer, one that's kind of on the other end of the spectrum, that's beautiful in terms of her balance. I love her look from the side. She's feminine. She's good top. She's really nice on her feet and legs when we set her in motion. But then you have to say, well, is there enough of her? She's a little shorter bodied. She's not really big and bold in her rib cage. She's just adequate in that regard. But she's very, very complete, and I like that about her. I think it's very close, and if you could combine these heifers, we'd end up about where we did with the heifer that won the division. So I think you could go either way. Today I'm going to use the moderate framed heifer that was second to our division champion. She'll be the reserve, but congratulations, great set of heifers in this older division.
Well, congratulations in your junior division. Your champion will go to back number 2053. Congratulations to Avery Kimball. And reserve goes to back number 2052. Congratulations to Jose Antonio Munoz. We'll now bring in your final class here in our full-blood and purebred Bronvy show. This will be Class 9, senior yearling heifers born September to December of 2020.
A single entry in our last class of the Bromvie show, which will also be our last division, and a high-quality heifer to represent this division. First off, I'd like to commend the young lady for a heifer this age. I like the fact that she has held her in this condition. She hasn't gone too far. The heifer has a lot of muscle shape when you get behind her, a lot of shape down her top. She's good on her feet and legs. She's got some foot and bone. I'd maybe just like to see a little more rib cage and middle in this female relative to her age, but I also like the fact that she's really nice in her teat design and the shape of her udder. A high-quality heifer to represent this division today.
Well, congratulations in our final division. Your senior champion will go to back number 2063. Prasmis Maiden Tradition, exhibited by Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. At this time, we are going to bring in all of your division champion and reserves, and our judge will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion, full-blood and purebred Bronvie females here out of your junior show. As we bring those division champion and reserves in, if we can have everyone in the stands and back in the makeup area, put your hands together and thank our judge today, Mr. Dave Allen of Nacona, Texas.
Before we pick the champion in the purebred Bromby show, I think we should put our hands together and commend these young folks for the great set of cattle they brought out here today. I think it's been a really good show all the way through. The Beef Builder show was good, and the Purebred show was even better in terms of numbers and the depth of the quality. I think the Bromvies, to me, are an underutilized breed, and I think it's probably due more to color than anything, and that's a subject to talk about on another day, because this is a breed that has maternal and they have carcass. They've got some marbling and some muscle, and yet they're maternal. And I've seen these cattle out there in the real world. I used to buy feeder cattle, and there's some good Bromby cattle. They feed, and yet I've seen cow herds that were Bromby influenced, and they're maternal. So I think it's a breed that's got a lot of things going for it, and it's nice we can bring them out here, and we've got cattle that are not only real world functional, but these heifers have some look and some quality. They're good in terms of their feet and legs, and I commend these exhibitors. All 8 of these heifers that are out here are right in terms of their condition. They're not overfed. That's something that bothers me in the heifer shows sometimes these days. I think we feed them a little hard. We hurt them long term in terms of their production and their feet and legs. These heifers are right. They're fresh. They're sound. They're really a nice group of females. We've talked all the divisions, and I'm not going to go back through each one. I think we got some subtle differences in type and kind, but all these heifers are sound and balanced. They're adequate in their volume. They're adequate in their muscularity, and they're really right in terms of condition. To me, there was a heifer that hit me in class. One that's good in all regards. She was sound, she had some body, she had some look, she had some muscle. You get her out here on the profile, and she's just so complete, and yet she's stout enough. That will be the heifer from the 4th division. She'll be the champion today.
Well, congratulations over here in your junior Bromby show. Your grand champion, full-blood and purebred heifer. We'll go to back number 2053. Congratulations to Avery Kimball, Montrose, Colorado, with BLC Aurora Sky 012J.
For reserve, I think it gets closer. There's 2 or 3 of these heifers that suit me very well. Maybe don't stand out like the heifer that won the show, but they have a lot of quality. I'll take a quick look at those, pick the reserve, but congratulations to all of you. Great set of heifers in the Bromby Junior Show today.
Really an interesting class of 4 heifers here. Young man's heifer going to start off with, I think, just balances up as good as any. Really bold and square in her top and comes level from hooks to pins. Really gives you an up-headed, striking, good look from the side. Really good in her body shape and the way she comes together. Nice heifer there to lead off. Heifer in second, I commend this young man having a May heifer bred to calve up here. Hopefully he gets home from the show before it happens. But I think the best thing about these show cattle is when they go on and make cows in production. And you can see that happening right here. Female that's bold in her rib. She's just starting to set in and udder. Compared to the heifer that wins, maybe not quite as balanced look, but still really a high quality individual. A heifer that comes in next in line, one that just gets a little rounder from hooks to pins, wants to camp out underneath herself just a little bit, doesn't quite set down at the ground just right, but still body and balance and come from the side that you have to appreciate. And our heifer coming in fourth just wants to fade up into that rear flank, maybe not quite the stoutness from hooks to pins, but certainly a nice set of 4. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Bromby ring. Your reserve grand champion female goes to back number 2049, SW Mia. Congratulations to Ellen Zeigenbing of Campbellsburg, Indiana. Again, a special thank you to our judge, Mr. Dave Allen. Back over in the Charolais ring, we have the results of Class 4B. First place went to back number 4082, PL Lady Wilma, exhibited by Owen Weisinger of Fort Madison, Iowa. Second place in that class was exhibited by Cinch Dowling of Fairgrove, Missouri. Third place will go to back number 4081. Congratulations to Shayla Sankic of Magnolia, Ohio. And fourth place went to back number 4083. Congratulations, Madison Ashcraft, Clinton, Oklahoma. Now bringing in those class first places and second places Our judge will select as champion reserve intermediate heifer.
Not a lot of entries here in our intermediate division, but certainly some heifers that command some attention. The heifer out of our first class, I think just a sound, functional, broody kind of a heifer. We talked about that in class. So get back out here. Maybe doesn't balance up with the heifer that stands directly behind her. Heifer here give you just a really good look. Young man's and get her put together. And then our second in that, we talked about the broodiness and the cow prospect that she is and coming together. We're going to keep these two together. That'll be your champion. That'll be your reserve. Let's give these young showmen a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations. Your intermediate champion heifer go to back number 4082, PL Lady Wilma. Congratulations, Owen Weisinger, Fort Madison, Iowa. And reserve champion goes to back number 4080, Cat Lady Jet 153C, exhibited by Cinch Dowling of Fairgrove, Missouri. We'll now get started with your spring heifer division. We'll bring in class 5A. Currently in ring 1, we are taking a backdrop break before we start our Bronvie Open show. We'll be starting with the Beef Builder Percentage Bronvie heifers.
Well, we stepped it up a notch here. This class is tremendous. The quality's deep. And I think there's give and take between these heifers here at the top end of the class. I'll tell you just how I see them as my opinion today. I think the heifer that wins does so from a rear view. She got more lower rib shape. She comes out stouter up high. She comes out thicker. I think she's got more lower 1/3. Now, she is a heavier conditioned heifer. You have to take that into consideration. She's pushing a little more chest. She wants to wiggle a little in her flank. But she's a heifer at this age, I think, still gives you a good look from the side up in through her front end. She's tremendously long-bodied, long-hipped, gets out and go. Young man in 2 has a really outstanding heifer. He's fought her hard. She's fought him hard. He's going to get it done here and get her shown, but she's a heifer that is fresh. She's put together well. She gives you a good look. I think she's the freshest heifer in the class, probably just right in terms of condition. Balances up well. I just don't read her to have as much heifer there as I get right in behind her, but still a really high-quality individual there. Young lady, heifer is really long, well-balanced, put together well. She rolls out in her front shoulder for me, and that's what puts her in 3rd. If I could change her shoulder, front leg structure, and the way she moves at the ground, wants to step out on those outside toes, but still a really good-looking heifer right there. Next pair of heifers in class just ran into a tough trio in front of them. A heifer that I look at here is one that just got the body, got the mass, just not quite the look of the 3 in front of her. Young man coming out next in line, a long-bodied heifer, put together well. Just change how her structure holds and how she handles her hind leg at the ground, but still a nice set of cattle. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations. First place to go to back number 4086, Belle Elvira, J180. Congratulations to Madeline Norvell of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Second place goes to back number 4090. Congratulations, Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with SLIK Mary 151. Third place in that class, exhibited by Maddie Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma. Fourth place in that class, my apologies, goes to Tana Grigg of Webb City, Missouri, with D. Saul Resource Liberty 113 JET. And fifth place in that class will go to back number 4089. Congratulations to Huck Plyer. We'll now bring in Class 5B Spring Yearling Heifers.
Really an interesting class of 4. I think there's 1 that wins and then 3 to judge. The young man's heifer here at the front of the class wins pretty handily in this group, just like the type and kind that she is. The basics of being a good functional brood cow in terms of body shape and thickness, and she can get out and travel, has plenty of width. I think a nice place to lead off. The next trio, I think, get a little more challenging to judge, maybe because there's parts and pieces you like of each one of them. The young lady in second is the one I think probably most closely resembles the class winner in terms just of body and outward shape and width and hooks of pins. So that's where she falls in, just gets a little plainer and coarser in her overall makeup. Young lady's heifer next. I just like to change the way she plants down off her hind leg to move her up. The way she reaches and flexes there, see her set down a little stronger and truer from behind. And then the heifer that comes out next, I like her body, I like her mass, just gets a little coarse and plain the way she's put together. Really a nice set of heifers out here in this class with a really high quality class winner. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in Class 5B. First place will go to back number 4092, Boy Smoke and Monty. 200J, exhibited by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. Second place in that class, back number 4096. Congratulations, Kyle and Oaks. Third place in that class will go to back number 4093, Avery Hunt of Longview, Texas. And fourth place goes to back number 4094, Camden Filippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select his spring heifer yearling division. We are ready to start our open Braunvieh show here in Ring 1. We'll get started with your beef builders and percentage Braunvieh females. Class 31 will be your first class in the ring. These will be beef builder summer heifer calves.
Well, what an outstanding division of heifers out here. Charolais breeders certainly should be proud, and as you evaluate these 4 animals out here, 2 awesome class winners. And I think these heifers up here and the seconds right behind them, high quality, elite level cattle. And I think the heifer that comes out of our first class is a heifer that's just tremendously long-bodied. She's long, extended up front, good in through her throat latch and down in through there. Heifer that's tremendously long and good in her hip and the way she moves. I think a heifer for me, I just like to lean her up. She's just a little fat for me in terms of condition, but I think a heifer that you love her body and her rib shape and the way she's put together. This heifer out of the next class, just I think 12 o'clock in terms of condition, freshness, the way she's put together. I think a heifer that you like her body shape and her build. Just really good from her shoulders back. I think she's good enough necked. Some may want to see him a little cleaner, but I think she's certainly good enough for what I like. I think a heifer that has a lot of body shape, her structure's good, her angles are good. I think a pair of heifers that are just top notch up here. Our seconds out of there, the young man in the red shirt that's a second to the first class winner. I think a heifer that is pushing right here with these front two in terms of quality and look and balance. You just study her from the side, maybe not that center portion for her fore-rib flank that you see of the pair of females in front of her, but just lots of quality. The young man's getting her shown when he gets back out here, doing a good job about that. Young lady that comes out here out of our second class, we talked about her in division or in class, just having the body shape and dimension compared to the three heifers out here in front of her. Maybe just doesn't balance up with that show ring look from the side, but certainly a high quality set of females. Give them a big round of applause. I'm going to take one more look, and then we'll get your division and reserve.
Well, as we start our Bronby show over here on this side, I'd just like to thank the folks that asked me to come out here and give me the opportunity to sort through these cattle. There's thousands of people that could do this job and would love to do it, so I always take time to thank the people that give me the opportunity to do it. Really nice heifer to start the Bronby show here on our percentage side on the beef builder deal. They're really long fronted, extended up through that front end, the way that she ties in out of her neck. You really like it long and level down her top. Maybe if we were going to critique her just a little bit, we maybe like to see a little more center ribs, center mass to this heifer, but I think a heifer that's certainly got a good set of running feet underneath her and will certainly do a nice job down the road.
Well, congratulations over here in the Charolais ring. Your champion coming out of our spring yearling division. Champion going to Carter Ho, Good Hope, Illinois with Boy Smokin' Monty, 200J. And reserve champion will go to Belle Elvira, J180, exhibited by Madeline Norvell of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to bring in your final division here in our Charolais show. These will be junior yearling heifers.
Just a single entry out here, but one that really deserves some competition. I think a high-quality heifer, balance as well with the way she comes together. Just really a nice look from the side. She's good in her structure. She's starting to make some udder. I think a nice big-bred heifer at this age. Let's give him a nice round of applause as he exits the ring.
Well, congratulations in our final division here in your Junior Charolais show. Congratulations to your junior champion heifer. Going to back number 4100, OBG Miss America 2021, exhibited by Justin Teets of Lost River, West Virginia. We're now going to bring in all of those division champion reserves over here in the Charolais ring. And our judge, Mr. Cody Sankey, will select his grand and reserve grand champion, Charolais female. Back over in ring one, we have gotten started with your open Bronby show. We'd like to welcome your judge today, Mr. Jason Heath of Piedmont, Oklahoma. He currently works at the Livestock Nutrition Center as a sales consultant. He went to the University of Kentucky with a bachelor's degree in agriculture economics. He lives in Oklahoma with his wife Tiffany and 3 children, JC, Cody, and Ty. They raise multiple breeds of cattle with a focus on raising show calves for youth projects. Mr. Heath is judged in 31 states, ranging from county fairs to national and major shows. Some of these include Louisville, Fort Worth Stock Show, Houston, American Royal, and multiple state fairs. Let's put our hands together and welcome our judge in Ring 1, Mr. Jason Heath, Piedmont, Oklahoma.
As we roll into our second class of beef builders over here, I'm going to start with the dark heifer. To me, I think that she's just a little bit stouter at the ground. When you get behind her, I think she shows more width and dimension both down her top and through her hip. When this heifer sets, she is ultra elegant up through that front end, ties into her shoulder really nice, and she sets her foot down with a bigger foot. So I think that that heifer wins the class, not taking anything away from the lighter heifer back here in the back. Extremely long-bodied, long spine kind of a heifer. Probably a nickel framier and a nickel more performance in this one. To me, this one just gets a little flatter when we get behind her, just not quite the substance and stoutness of the first place heifer. 2 really good heifers.
Well, congratulations over here in the Beef Builder ring. In Class 32, first place will go to back number 2066, Star Chanel 90K1, exhibited by Star Ranch, Weatherford, Texas. And second place also going to Star Ranch of Weatherford, Texas, with Star Magnolia 69K. We'll now bring in Class 33. These will be Beef Builder early spring heifer calves born March of 2022. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while our division champion and reserves are coming into the ring over here in the Charolais ring, if you could please put your hands together and thank our judge today, Mr. Cody Sankey, over here in our Charolais ring.
Single entry in this beef builder class, and here's a heifer really well presented, really nice shown heifer that we've got in this class. Big-footed, big-legged kind of a heifer. You get behind her, she certainly doesn't disappoint you any there either. Heifer that's got some natural shape to her rib. Maybe just like to clean her up just a little bit, maybe extend that front end just a little more than what we're seeing today. Congratulations, young lady.
Well, congratulations. In Class 33, first place will go to back number 2067, OXO Bricktown Buttercup, exhibited by Paisley Oxtoby of Braggs, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, we'll bring in Class 34, Beef Builder Junior Heifer calves, born January to February of 2022.
Well, it certainly has been a pleasure to come here and evaluate the junior Charolais females here at the Cattlemen's Congress. I say thank you to to the association for inviting me to do this, and look forward to judging the pin show tomorrow and being a part of this event. Thanks to the Cattlemen's Congress for putting on such an outstanding event. You know, this breed is growing in popularity, cattle that offer real-world function. I think the Charolais breed has the opportunity to be a real impact in player in the cattle business from a commercial side of a terminal sire breed, and then carry over out here into the show ring of cattle that really commands some presence and quality out here. These females from one end to the other are just outstanding, and my guess is there'll be a lot of winners come out of these younger divisions for the next 12 months as we come back here. The heifer out of the first class is one that I view as just really extended up front, comes into a strong center body and comes back out through her hip. She blends together well. Looks like she's going to have a bright and tremendous future, just the way she looks and with her ring presence out here from the side. Heifer that comes out of our January division, a little more moderate in her type and kind, but I think you study the functionality and the good in this female. Sound in her structure, her body, her build is built for the long haul. And the way she comes together just looks like a functional brood cow in the making. I think that's what's important about this. The heifer that comes out of our third division, just one that's complete and fault-free. Maybe doesn't have quite the show ring look of the heifers on either side, but still one that is going to go on and make a good and complete functional cow. A little bigger framed heifer here out of the next division, but I think she was one that had the extra look and balance to go with the substance and mass out here in this class. Really a solid individual. And then our junior yearling champion there came out of a really tough division. Talked about her in class and division, and just all the makings of a functional female in terms of structure and the way she travels, her body shape. You study her from the rear, the outward turn to her rib cage and out through her hip, and still balances up and gives a nicer look from the side. And then we have our big heifer out of our last division, a single entry, but one that certainly pushes up here in contention as we get her back out here and study her in terms of how she balances up and holds together. Really comes together nice. She's getting close to calving. You can start to see her drop some udder. But really a high-quality set of females out here in this show. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to do it. Let's give these exhibitors one big round of applause here, and I'll go out and select your champion.
Congratulations, your grand champion, Charolais female here in your junior show at the Cattlemen's Congress. Congratulations, Carter Hogue, Good Hope, Illinois, with Boy Smokin' Monty 200J. Reserve champion in his division was exhibited by Madeline Norvell.
Back over here on the beef builder side, two really interesting heifers, and they're polar opposites in their type and in their kind. I went with the heifer that to me is a little bit more moderate, probably has a little bit more hip shape when I get behind her, probably just is a little bit softer in that rib, especially through the center portion of the rib. I think if we go to talking about sheer muscle and quantity of muscle, I think it gets pretty close. To me, this one's just a little bit softer at the ground, just a little bit softer in the rib, just shows me a little bit more shape and expression whenever I get off on the side profile. The dark heifer that we've got here, you appreciate her in terms of her length of spine, length of body, and length of hip. To me, this one's just a little bit flatter in her rib shape, doesn't have the upper rib shape of the heifer that we started the class out with, just gets a little plainer in that rib, doesn't quite have that sweep to the center portion of her rib cage that the first place heifer did. Two good heifers.
And congratulations, back over here in the Charolais ring, your reserve grand champion, Charolais female here in our junior show. Congratulations, Madeline Norvell, Tuttle, Oklahoma, with Belle Elvira, J180. Again, congratulations to our junior Charolais exhibitors. Special thank you to our judge, Mr. Cody Sankey. We are going to take a brief backdrop break, and we'll get started with your open Charolais show. Well, congratulations back over here in the Beef Builder Percentage Bronvy ring. Congratulations in Class 34. First place went to back number 2868, Aubrey Pettit, Page, Texas. And second place went to back number 2070, Star Josie Lynn, 26K, exhibited by Kaylin Jacobs, Brenham, Texas. Now currently in Ring 1, we have our first division here in your open Beef Builder and Bronvy show. This will be your junior heifer calf division.
As we get into the Beef Builder first division here, I think we've got some high quality cattle out here that all have some look to them. They've all got some functionality to them. They've all got some softness to their rib and are doable looking kind of cattle. Heifer out of the first class, we talked about how extended she was up through her front end, the way that she lays in neat in her shoulder and she ties in behind that shoulder really nice into a bold rib cage. If we were going to change anything about her, we might like to soften her up right through the center portion of her body, just pull that rib cage down just a little bit and just see her have a little bit more natural sweep. But one that you certainly have to appreciate for a levelness of design and extension up through her front end. The heifer out of the second class, really appreciate her in terms of her softness of design, the boldness of rib, the internal capacity that she has, and just the way that this heifer balances out. She's extremely sleek up through that front end. Her neck ties in high out of her shoulder, comes out really nice and neat, gives her a really nice presented look whenever we get her on the side profile, and she's nice and smooth through her tail head. Is she as long-bodied as some of the other heifers out here? Probably not. And if we were going to change her any, we might like to stretch that hip out just a little bit, just see her just a little bit longer hip, but that's a pretty good one there. The next heifer in line, extremely highly presented heifer. Whoever got this one ready in the back did a nice job. They've also done a nice job at home working that hair, and I think that's to her advantage. She's a big top, big hipped heifer, one that you get behind her, and you certainly appreciate the width and dimension that she has from stifle to stifle and pin to pin. You get her off on the side profile, really a lot of shape and outer turn to that quarter. Now she gets a little bit plainer up through that front end, but she's certainly a big, stout-footed, smooth-moving kind of a heifer that's got some fluidity of movement and it flexes off her pasterns whenever she hits the ground the way that she needs to be. Just like to extend her a little bit. The next heifer in line, the smoky-colored heifer that we had out of the last class, we liked her a lot. Big-hipped kind of a heifer that maybe would like to lay that tail head down into her spine just a little bit more. She wants to come up compared to some of the others out of here, just like to see that lay down into her spine just a little bit more, and I think that would give her a more complete look. But a heifer that you get behind her, and she certainly is plenty powerful enough and plenty stout enough at the ground and has a nice look. There's two out here that I really like. I'm going to go out and pick those, and then we'll come back and look at one for reserve.
Well, congratulations, your division champion here in our junior heifer calf division. We'll go to back number 2066, Star Chanel 90K1, exhibited by Star Ranch, Weatherford, Texas. And congratulations, your reserve in that division goes back number 2067, OXO Bricktown Buttercup. Congratulations, Paisley Oxby of Braggs, Oklahoma. We're now bringing Class 35 Beef Builder Winter Heifer calves born November to December of 2021.
really interesting class over here. The black heifer is the one that I'm going to use to win the class. And I'm going to preface before I even start talking, is she the soundest one in the class? I don't know, but she does struggle a little bit off those hind two at times, but then at other times she'll want to loosen up and flex up. But when we really get to judging the nuts and bolts of this one, I think she wins the class. She's the biggest bodied, she's the softest made, she's the boldest sprung, she's the most correct in her upper rib shape, she's the biggest hipped, and she's the stoutest footed one in the class. So she's going to win the class, even though we realize that maybe she is a little bit structurally off up through that front end and out of her hip, but I think she's sound enough. The pretty heifer is the heifer that we've got in second. She's really snake fronted. She's really long and trim up through that front end, extremely long body kind of a heifer that you appreciate the depth of heart that she has, but yet we would like to see her just a little bit deeper in that flank. We'd like to see her just a little bit deeper through the center portion of her body and hold those pins up just a little bit better when we put her in motion. But a heifer that's got a tremendous future in front of her, she just needs to be a little bit longer on feed. The heifer that we're rounding the class out with is not a bad heifer by any means. She's a heifer that's smooth in her shoulder. She lays in really, really nice and neat and lays in flat in that shoulder. That shoulder transitions into that rib cage the way that we'd like to see her. We'd just like to see this one just have a little bit more of her compared to the two in front of her. She wants to get just a little bit weak behind her shoulders. She wants to get a little bit U-necked whenever we view her from the side profile. Maybe doesn't quite set those feet down, those rear feet down as square as we'd like to see her when we set her in motion. So really nice class.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1. Results, Class 35. First place, go to back number 2072, STN Miss Elowen, exhibited by Alyssa Stinnett of Seymour, Missouri. Second place went to back number 2074, Star Ranch, Weatherford, Texas. And third place, go to back number 2073, Jackson Smith of Poolville, Texas. We're now going to bring in Class 36, Beef Builder Senior Heifer Calves, born September to October of 2021. Well, over here in ring 2, we are going to get started with your Class A ROE show. We're excited to have the Charolais breed here with us at the Cattlemen's Congress in Jim Norick Arena. We're going to start with Class 2A. These are late spring heifer calves.
Over here in the beef builder side, this is a really interesting class. I went with the heifer, the more traditionally bronzy colored kind of a heifer that to me tremendously deep bodied, a big performance made kind of a heifer, the stoutest footed heifer in the class. I think that where that she excels the black heifer is just in pure soundness in the way that she gets around the ring, and that's the main reason why she's there. The black heifer that we've got in the second hole, when this young lady gets her set, she's the most eye appealing, she's the levelest top, she's the levelest heifer out here. But when we set this one in motion, she is a little bit smaller footed, but she's just not setting that back foot down right. She's limping a little bit on that rear leg, and I just can't put her any higher than second today.
Well, congratulations in Class 36. First place to go to back number 2077. Congratulations, Colt Pittman. And second place to go to back number 2076, Hannah Tennyson. We'll now bring in those firsts and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve senior heifer calf. Back over here in ring 2, we are getting started with your Class A ROE show. We're excited to welcome your judge, Mr. Parker Henley of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Parker is currently the livestock judging team coach at OSU. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Parker Henley here to the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, good morning, everyone. It certainly is a pleasure of mine to be here and judge the Charolais cattle today and get to work through a breed that I really enjoy and have some family here to watch as well. And so I'm very much excited. Nice first class to start here, and these are two good heifers that have some trade-offs between them. The young lady in the purple's heifer is just a little bigger ribbed and deeper bodied, and I think, there's trade-offs in their structure. She's a little longer strided, but I think just a nice, fundamental, feminine heifer that's got a lot of rib and body to her. I like the heifer in second and the way she balances up down her top line a little better. She's a touch stronger in behind her shoulder, probably a little higher in her pin bones compared to this heifer that wins the class. Me, though, she comes up a little short in her stride. I'd like to see her maybe just a little bolder about her forerib and her flank, but good kind of a female there. Young man does a great job showing her. Congratulations on your first class.
I'm out to pick our second division champion in the beef builder side. Two really nice heifers out here, and again, they're polar opposites. The black heifer is a more stylish, eye-appealing kind of a heifer, big-hipped, level-made kind of a female. One that we talked about in class, maybe just like to loosen her up in her structure just a little bit, both out of that shoulder and as well as through her hip. But, man, when she gets this one set, you can really see the power and performance in this one. And speaking of power and performance, the heifer out of our second class certainly does that. She's probably one of the biggest footed, stoutest legged ones that we've had in here all day. Does she balance out as nice as some of the others out here? No, but when we talk about just the nuts and bolts of what we're in the cattle business for, I think this one does a nice job of it. She's big ribbed, she's soft metalled, a heifer that gets around the ring with some fluidity, and she's flexible off both ends. Maybe just like to change that hip structure a little bit, extend that front end just a little bit more. So there's a couple out here that I like. I'm going to go out and pick them and congratulate the winners.
Well, back over in the Charolais ring, a nice way to get started with your show. First place in Class 2A will go to back number 4110, CAH Virginia 04K. Congratulations. Bred and owned by Avery Hunt of Longview, Texas. Second place in that class will go to 4111, OBG Nancy K37, exhibited by Hunter Blakely of Oologah, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2 is Class 2B, late spring heifer calves. Back in the Bronvie ring, we have the results of your senior heifer calf division. Your champion will go to back number 2072. Congratulations, Alyssa Stinnett of Seymour, Missouri. And reserve champion, back number 2074, coming out of the same class. Congratulations to Star Ranch, Weatherford, Texas. Now in the ring is Class 39 Beef Builder Late Spring Yearling. Heifers born April of 2021.
Well, just two in the second class of Charolais here, and they're nice cattle. The one up front, to me, has got just a little more strength down her top line, a little more true shape there, and I like the length of side, the length of front end she has there. She's a little cleaner and tidier about her chest and throat. That's why she's going to win. This next effort's a little deeper back into her flank. I appreciate that. Maybe even has a little bigger foot on her. To me, this heifer needs to be just a little bolder and fleshier and more powerful all the way through to go ahead and beat that one. But still a very nice effort to be second. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations in Class 2B here in your Charolais show. First place to go to back number 4116, OBG Pamela K30, exhibited by Hunter Blakely, Oolaga, Oklahoma. And second place will go to back number 4114, Circle B Clara K064, exhibited by Tana Grigg of Webb City, Missouri. We're now going to bring in Class 3A here in your Charolais ring. These are early spring heifer calves.
In this division of the Beef Builders show, we've got two heifers out here that are both class winners, and both of them are kind of intriguing. The lighter colored heifer to my right, extremely long fronted, extremely attractive on the profile. You love the way that she ties into that neck shoulder junction, really nice, really flat shouldered kind of a female. You like the lower rib in this heifer. She's got a really nice maternal sweep to that rib, and when we set her in motion, she's certainly sound enough. Is she as big topped and as big in her upper rib shape as the heifer that we have in second? No, she's not, and that's where that she falls a little bit short. She just doesn't quite have that expansiveness of rib that the heifer out of our second class has. This heifer in the second class is extremely big bodied, big top, just burly made. She's got a huge foot on her, and to have as much power and as much foot size as she has, she's still extremely sound. When we set this one in motion, she's really soft in her pastern, she's soft in her hocks. She gets out and she reaches with that front end the way that we like to see one do that, and especially to have as much body and power and mass as she has. Is she as clean fronted and as sleek necked as the one in front of her? No, but I think that she's got a nice maternal look to her, a really, really, really nice cow prospect in this one that's really fluid in her movement and really stout and burly in her makeup. So we've got two really different ones out here. I'm going to go out and pick the one that I like the best and then come back and let you know which one's to reserve.
Well, congratulations in your final division here in our Beef Builder show. Your junior champion heifer will go to back number 2080. Congratulations to Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas. And reserve champion, back number 2078. Congratulations to Harper Jackson. We'll now bring in all of your division champion reserves over here in the Beef Builder ring. And our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion Beef Builder heifer.
Well, a class with a little more size here, and I think pretty good all the way down. The top two heifers to me are somewhat close. I think both these orange or tinted cattle are, really big ribbed and massive, and I like that about them. I think the pair of them, their structure is pretty close to me. Change them in a few spots. I think this heifer that wins just has a little more everywhere today. Does it in a really, really nice balanced look. I think if it's change her, I think she's got a plenty of shoulder for a heifer calf this age, is where I'd like to see her a little smoother and more refined, but a good spot to start there. The next heifer, I like her condition. I like her length of side and her maturity pattern, maybe a little better than the one that wins the class. Like I said, though, I think she needs to reach just a little further up front, maybe be a bit more comfortable out of her hock. And then for that, I don't think she has the same kind of dimension as the one that wins. We get into a really green and neat-looking heifer that's bright white coming next. I like the roundness and the shape she has, the foot size. To me, though, I'd like to set her back in her knee a bit and give her a shot more body to beat those first two. This next heifer is very similar in her outline, heavy bone, level-topped, extended. She's a heifer that gets a little plainer about her head and the top side of her neck, and I'd like to see her just a little looser structured to work up. This heifer here has been fighting the halter the entire time. Honestly, this is the best she's presented herself. She's a very long, clean-fronted heifer, may even be a little cleaner in her joint work than the one ahead of her. She, too, needs a little more body and rib mass. I'd change her a little out of her rump and her hip as well, but she's finally starting to show herself off there. Congratulations. The next heifer here is very angular and feminine and refined. Appreciate that in her. This heifer, to me, just needs more mass all the way through, especially in her heart and her flank there, but you're doing a nice job with her. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Charolais ring. First place in that class goes to back number 4128. FFF Snowflake 2227, exhibited by Camden Filippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Second place was exhibited by back number 4122, also exhibited by Camden Filippo. Third place went to Lily Williams. Fourth place in that class, McKenna Mitchell. Fifth place exhibited by Madison Ashcraft. And sixth place exhibited by Tana Grigg. Now in ring 2, we'll bring in class 3B.
Well, we've got our division champions out here in the Beef Builder division of the Bronby Show, and I'm certainly pleased with all three of my class winners in the seconds as well. I think they've all got some high quality to them. I think that they've got some body to them. I think that they've got some flexibility to them. When we set them in motion for the most part, and we talked about them in class, we talked about how elegant the little heifer was down on to my far right out of that first division, and how neat and attractive she was up through her head and neck, and how that she laid in and laid into a really nice level top and a square hip, and still has some muscle and some shape to go along with that look and the rib shape that she has. I think this one's really, really nice. The heifer in the second is the one that probably is the outlier of these. She's really, really, really nice on the standstill. She's long fronted, she's big ribs, she's big hips, she's got some shaping out her turn to that quarter. When we set her in motion is where that this one kind of pulls back. She's a little straight up through that front end. She's a little stiff out of her hip, just doesn't flow as well as the ones on either side of her does. But man, you're talking about one that is put together nice on the stop. This one is. She's really, really elegant, really, really attractive. Then the big tiger striped heifer to my left is one that's just massive. She's big bodied, she's big top, she's huge ribbed. She's got plenty of muscle whenever you get behind her. She's got a ton of width and dimension from stifle to stifle and pin to pin, and a big foot. This one just gets a little plain. She gets a little heavier chested compared to the others, maybe just a little bit shorter fronted, and carries a little bit more leather up through that neck than some of the others out here. But this one is one that when we set her in motion, we really like her in terms of her muscle and the way that she puts that muscle to the ground and the way that she flows out on the move. I'm going to go out and pick the one that I like the best today, and then come back and analyze them again for reserve. Let's give this division a huge round of applause. Really nice set of cattle. as we begin to look at these for reserve, and we bring our reserve calf champion out and begin to analyze it. We talked about this one in division, just how stout and burly and big-footed and sound it was. We knocked this one a little bit because she was a little bit plainer fronted compared to our champion heifer, but this one is one that you really, really like in terms of the muscle shape, the muscle dimension, the way that she moves around the ring, puts all that stuff together, and the reserve calf will be my reserve grand.
Well, congratulations in your open Beef Builder show. Our grand champion Beef Builder heifer goes to back number 2066. Congratulations to the Star Ranch of Weatherford, Texas, with Star Chanel 90K1. And reserve champion is going to go to back number 2067. Congratulations to Paisley Oxtoby of Braggs, Oklahoma, with OXO Bricktown Buttercup. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We are going to go into your Beef Builder Braun v. Bull show. We'll look for Class 45 Beef Builder Late Spring Bull Calves.
Well, this is a really good class here, and we're getting into some good stuff. This young man has got a heifer that's going to win, and I think that has some really unique parts to her. I think Charolais, with that big of feet, that looseness of structure to their lower joints, are really, really nice breeding pieces, and then have that kind of body and just thickness that she has all the way through, I think it is really nice. Specifically, though, what stands out, just got those big round hooves on her, and just sets down so comfortably there. This heifer is a little plainer necked, and will she ever be the sleekest necked big bred show heifer? Probably not, but there's a lot of very nice things in that specific female. Now, there's nothing to take away from this one, and I do think they're somewhat close, and I like this heifer a lot that's in second here, specifically when she stopped right here. I think she's got some neat things in terms of balance and eye appeal. She's a little longer and cleaner fronted. She's really correct out of her hip in pin setting there, and still has a lot of substance and mass to her. To me, though, she labors a little out of her front end when she goes and gets a little weaker right in behind her shoulder. Because of those little structured things, I'm not willing to beat that one with the extra foot size and mass there. But that's a good-looking one that's sure got a bright future. I thought the next couple were close. This heifer here is a really feminine, angular type of a heifer that's straight in her lines, smooth in her shoulder. I think she has an advantage over the next one, and just her shoulder build, her front feet placement, her smoothness, all of those things there, and that's why I gave her the edge. Now, she doesn't have quite the body or the length of stride of those first two, but still nice heifer. This next heifer has a lot to her. She is big and stout and heavy muscled. To me, in this age class, I think she reads a little bigger in her kind and a little coarser everywhere. I'd like to just see her a little smoother shouldered, a little more youthful and more feminine, tidier up in her navel as well. But boy, there's a lot of cow there. Congratulations to you. This little heifer that's going to round out the class is feminine, refined, maybe as sound structured as any of them. I appreciate that. But boy, she reads a little flatter in her full rib and a little narrower constructed. Congratulations to everybody in that class, though, on nice females.
Over on the Beef Builder side, we start our Beef Builder Bull show, and here's one that's really, really green in his condition, and I think that as this calf matures and lays on fat the way that he should, he's going to be a lot better presented kind of a calf. When you really get to study him, though, he's balanced out pretty nicely whenever we look at him from his front 1/3 to his rear 1/3. Maybe just like to bring those pins up a little bit, but man, for one to be as skinny as he is, he's certainly got plenty of muscle to him and plenty of top shape to him. Nice bull calf to start the show.
Well, congratulations back over in the Charolais ring. The results of Class 3B. First place and congratulations to Case Conley, Sulphur, Oklahoma, with Belle Elvira 246K. Second place in that class was exhibited by Peyton Gall with TLAC Miss Sierra 9913K. Third place in that class exhibited by Cinch Dowling, Fairgrove, Missouri. Fourth place went to back number 4133, Brantley Went. And fifth place in that class will go to back number 4132, Claire Williams. Now in ring 2, we have class 3C, early spring heifer calves. Back over in ring 1, results of your first class of Beef Builder Braun v Bulls. First place went to back number 2082, Mr. 4S Striker, exhibited by Grace Sakinski of College Station, Texas. Class in the ring now is class 46, Beef Builder Early Spring Bull Calves, born March of 2022.
Only a single entry in this class, but here is a rugged dude, big-footed, big-legged, burly-made kind of a calf that puts a lot of things together that you like in terms of foot size and bone circumference, and you get him from behind, and he's certainly wide and has a lot of shape and expression from that quarter. Maybe just like to smooth him up through that shoulder just a little bit, just bring that in, where that it just ties in a little bit neater and a little bit flatter from that forerib into that shoulder and into the neck. But man, you're talking about a long neck, big-footed, stout-made one. This is one for you.
Well, congratulations in class 46. First place goes to back number 2084, JAMS Platinum Pimp, exhibited by Jose Antonio Munoz of Amherst, Texas. Now in the ring will be class 47. This will be your final class in this division.
Well, this is a nice class. Charolais here, and I think there's a lot of give and take all the way down through them. And to me, these first three heifers all have a lot of trade-offs specifically. I'm going to use this heifer to win, and she's got a few little things that I want to change, but, you start at the ground, she's really, really heavy boned and maybe a little bigger footed and stouter featured than the one directly behind her. I think this heifer, when she's parked, gives you an incredible look of balance from the profile. Her neck sets really high up there, her body depth is good, she's really level and long out of her hip, and the set to her hind leg's good. Where I get a little critical of this one is when I get to this view, and just study the shape she comes out of her shoulder with. I'd like to see her a little bolder, a little thicker, and a little stronger in there. And then in motion, just want to see her reach a little more out of her front end, but I think the look of balance from the side, and that one's what wins out. This heifer in second is moderate and awesome bodied. I love the rib shape she has, the brood cow look to her. To me, she's just a touch plainer fronted than that one ahead of her, and I'd like to just change her tail head setting and her pin bone setting ever so slightly there as well, but a very good heifer that I think pushes that one that wins quite a bit. This next heifer is quite a bit greener, but I think she's equally as good in terms of her quality. Her lines, her angles, her structure is arguably as good as anything. To me, she's just a touch plainer at the top of her forehead and her nose, and then I'd like to tone her down a little in her tail head as well, but those first two are just pretty stout to win or be first and second. The fourth heifer here is a little bigger, longer, and stout than the one directly ahead of her. To me, though, that comes with a little bit of a plainer, more mature front end. I'd like to just moderate her and make her a little neater up front. I thought this next heifer was the soundest of the remaining three, and that's why she got pulled out. To beat the one ahead of her, she needs to be bigger ribbed and deeper bodied, though. The next heifer is clean fronted and muscular in her shape. She's a little tighter structured, a little shallower back into her flank. And then the heifer that's going to round out the group, she's moderate and thick. She's a heifer that needs to be a little more refined in her toes, maybe just a little deeper back into her flank as well. Congratulations to you, though.
Undoubtedly the toughest class that I've had all day in the Beef Builder show, and I think it's you just get down to picking pieces and parts of these two. The white calf I'm going to use to win this class, I think, is longer fronted. He's longer from nose to the point of that shoulder. I think he's more elegant up through his front end. I think he's more attractive up through that front end. I think that he holds his hip placement together a little bit better whenever we put him on the move. I think that he brings those pins up a little more. He's more ideal in his tail head set when we set him in motion. I think that is where that he beats the second place calf, is just in that hip placement and just as far as how attractive and long-bodied and long from the point of that nose to the tip of that tail as this guy is, and he's extremely sound when we put him in motion. The guy that we've got here in the second hole is undoubtedly the bigger hip, fuller hipped kind of a calf that you get behind him, and you're just wowed by how much just sheer width and dimension he has. He gets a little bit plainer up through his front end, but to me, this is where this calf gets beat. When we set him in motion, he drops those pins, he gets his feet behind him, just doesn't quite handle that hip and hind leg as well as the first place calf did. Really, really good stout set of calves.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Charolais ring, the results of Class 3C. First place went to back number 4138, Sarah Sullivan, with LMAN Miss Shelley 251K. Second place in that class was exhibited by Lincoln Dean Martin. Third place went to Cooper Dorn. Fourth place was exhibited by Cole Harris. Fifth place went to Neely Davis. And sixth place in that class went to Mason Field. Back over in the Beef Builder ring, results of Class 47. First place went to back number 2086, Jose Antonio Munoz of Amherst, Texas. And second place went to back number 2087, Aiden Wolken. We now have all of your class winners and seconds out here in the ring. Our judge will select his junior calf champion.
look at the division champion in our beef builder bulls, bull calf out of the first class, we talked about him. He's just green right now. He's just skinny and green and needs a little bit more time on feed. But for the amount of cover that he's got on him, he's got some muscle top shape and he's got some hip shape to him. Just needs a little bit more time on feed. Calf out of the second class, we liked him in terms of his ruggedness of design, his stoutness of foot, the depth of body that he had. To me, if I was going to change this calf any at all, I'd like to bring that tail head down into that pelvis a little bit more, just like to suck that down, make him a little bit more ideal in that hip shape. Then the two out of the last class, we talked about those, the bull calf that won that class, really long and extended about that head and neck, really long from the point of his nose to the hip, really nice in terms of his movement whenever we set him in motion. I think these two are so close, we're going to use this one for division champion and come back with the second for reserve.
Well, congratulations, your junior calf champion over here in the Beef Builder Bull Show. We'll go to back number 2086, Jams on Time. Congratulations to Jose Antonio Munoz. And reserve champion, we'll go to back number 2087. Congratulations to Aiden Wolkin. We'll now bring in your final class here in our Beef Builder Bulls Show. This will be Class 53, Beef Builder Junior Yearling Bulls.
Well, this first calf division is very good, and you know, there's several good cattle. The last time I got to judge a Charolais show, I had all the calves from you know, June's to January's in one division. So I'm glad there's two divisions here. In this first division, you know, these first three heifers, they all won their class, and I like lots of parts of each of them. All right, but to me, it comes down to the two out of the last two classes and their respective seconds behind them. I think are really nice as well. There's just a few differences. I'll just be brief in that. I think the heifer out of the fourth class, or the second from the back, she's probably the soundest structured one. That's the stoutest still of this entire lineup. Now, she's not the best balanced and looking. That would be the heifer out of the last class. That heifer is really just angular and well balanced and feminine, has an awesome look from the side. She's probably a little narrower constructed, maybe just not as flexible as that first one. So there's trade-offs. You're going to go with a little stouter one or a little better looking one. I think you can pick your which way you want to go there. You know, to me, I think they're both exceptionally good cattle here that have a lot of good parts to them. You know, to me, I always break ties on things like this, on feet and leg structure. That's why I'm going to use this heifer out of Class 4 to win this division. Congratulations, young man.
Congratulations, your division champion will go to back number 4134, Belle Elvira, 246K. Congratulations, Case Conley.
Another real good heifer comes in the lineup there that's thick and stout and powerful, but I still like a lot of things in this heifer out of Class 5. She's going to be a reserve champion.
And congratulations, reserve in that division. We'll go to back number 4138, LMAN Miss Shelley, 251K, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan.
In our Beef Builder Bulls show, this will be the last class of our Beef Builder Bulls. And here's a big, soft-made kind of a bull that's got some functionality to him. He's flexible off both ends. Maybe just doesn't quite balance out as some of the other bulls that we've had out here. But when we look at one from just a muscle standpoint, from a rib shape standpoint, we like some things about him. Just maybe like to see him just balance out a little bit better, just be a little bit neater through that shoulder. as we go to pick our beef builder champion out here, and we get all of our divisions out here and reserve and our one reserve division, I think that there's some commonalities between these guys. They're all sound, they're all functional about their feet and leg. They can all get out and make some tracks and should be able to cover cows as we get older. So then it makes it pretty fun for me in separating the little differences between them. We talked about the light colored calf and just how attractive he was up through his front end and how he put a lot of things that we like together in a really unique kind of a way. Is he a little open in his shoulder? Sure he is. Maybe just like to neaten him up and make him just a little bit more attractive there. But for a calf that has no more fat on him than what he's got, certainly got some rib shape, certainly got some muscle shape, and he's super, super sound on his feet and legs. Big bull calf out of the last division is one that's really soft in his makeup. He appears to be an easy fleshing kind of a calf, one that's got some natural heart to him. Just like to see him just balance out a little bit better. Gets a little heavy fronted for me. Maybe just like to smooth him out just a little bit through that front end, but certainly a sound calf that's got some muscle. And then our reserve, we'll talk about him a little bit because that division was so close. Big hip, probably the most powerfully hipped calf that we've had in the ring all day. One that's really full and opened up in his pins, and you get behind him, he's got a big top on him. He just wants to drop his pins a little more than what I'd like to see when we set him in motion, but when he stopped, he looks really good. I'm going to go out and pick the two that I like the best today. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Well, congratulations over here in the Beef Builder ring. Your grand champion Beef Builder bull goes to back number 2086. Congratulations to Jose Antonio Munoz with Jams on Time. And reserve champion coming out of that same division. Congratulations, 2087 WCCR Rock the Look 2502. Congratulations, Aiden Wolkin. We'll now get started over here in ring one with your full-blood and purebred Braun v. Heifer show.
Well, just 3 in this Charolais class, and there's a lot of different shapes and sizes and kinds. This heifer that probably gives up the most performance is going to win the class, but I think even though she's the most feminine, the most correct in her feet and leg structure, and that's why she's going to win here. I appreciate just her size, her maturity curve, the look up front she has. Maybe she is just a touch short striding off her rear too, but I think she still has an advantage compared to the next pair. The next heifer is the big, growthy, stout, thick, powerful one. It's got a lot to her. To me, though, at this stage, I'd like to see her just a little more youthful, a little tidier in her shoulder and her front end, and change her a little bit out of her structure as well. This next yellow heifer is similar in her kind. She's long-sided, she's muscular, she's shapely. She's a heifer, though, that gets a little tight in her top, rounds a little out of her hip there, but still, good kind of cattle to be third. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations in Class 4A. First place over here in the Charolais ring will go to back number 4150 WH Atlee 217 PLD. Congratulations to Jesse Hankins of Springfield, Missouri. Second place went to Micah Joe Brumley of Rush Springs, Oklahoma with FFF Watts Ellie 2210. And third place will go to Aces Wild Ranch LLC in Weatherford, Texas.
as we start our purebred Bronvie show over here. Really, really nice heifer to win this class. Dark heifer, when she hit the ring, she won it. Not only did she win it on her soundness, she won it on the balance standpoint, she wins it on a muscle standpoint, she wins it on a softness standpoint. Now, would we clean up her front end in an ideal world? Yes, but I think she's still got a feminine enough look to her to go along with all those really, really nice pieces and parts. The most logical thing is to put the young lady's heifer here in second. She's the second big bodied one. She's the second best moving one. She's probably in terms of muscle per pound, pounds of muscle per pound of body weight, should probably be the heaviest muscled heifer in the class when we look at that. Probably one of the more neat fronted ones. To me, compared to the first place heifer, this one wants to get just a little bit down in her pins, wants to roll off in that pin a little more than what I would like to see, but certainly a nice heifer. And I think the next two gets kind of close. I went with the young lady in the blue vest heifer, just from a standpoint. I think that she's just a little smoother out of that shoulder. I think that she transitions from that shoulder into her rib. I think she's a little better through that neck shoulder junction than the heifer that we're going to round the class out with. Not a bad heifer by any means. She's given this young man a handful. One that's extremely attractive up through her front end, really long and angular about her neck. Probably one of the more feminine fronted heifers that we've got. She just doesn't hold herself together as well when she gets on the move. Wants to bring that top up a little more than what I'd like to see. Wants to roll off the hip a little more.
Well, a good class here at January's as we get towards the end of this second calf division. Quality all the way down. I knew I was really going to enjoy it and have a lot of fun and out here. I'm going to just tell you, I think this heifer right here that wins this class fires me up as a Charolais breeder. It's exciting to me to know that we can breed cattle to look like that. I think that one is flat out good. And does a lot of things that I like, to have that kind of body, that size, that levelness and length to her rump. That heifer does a lot of things right. Congratulations to you. Now this heifer in second is one that's extra heavy boned and thick and square and massive. I think she's one that's got a bright future as she softens and comes into herself. I think she's still well balanced and good enough in her structure. Compared to that one that wins, she's not just as striking, as smooth, and as angular, but I would not count this one out long term because I think there's a lot of good parts and pieces there. This red tinged heifer here is kind of a big, deep, angular type of a heifer. You know, that still gets out and travels plenty good. You know, I'd like to change this heifer a little down her top line and set her tail head into her a bit more. But I do think she's got an advantage in terms of smoothness, length of stride, maybe over the next heifer. But good kind of cattle there. This heifer coming next is the big, growthy, thick, powerful heifer of the bunch. You know, she comes in a little coarser package than I like. Just tone her down in her shoulder and her tail head a bit, lengthen her out in her stride, but good, powerful, thick-made cattle there. This next heifer coming next is really smooth and angular and moderate in her kind. Appreciate her length of stride, her angularity. You know, this heifer is a little plainer about her front end. She drops out of her pins a bit and needs a little more substance to beat those two ahead of her. The growthy, extended heifer is next here that's really late maturing and long fronted. Appreciate that. She's a heifer that is a little frailer in her foot and her bone work. I'd like to set her down in her tail head, but when she stops, she gives you a great look there. This yellow tinged heifer coming next is more moderate, and she's definitely thicker and heavier bone. To me, I'd like to see this heifer a little better up out of her front end, change her a little out of her hip and her hind leg as well, but still moderate and thick, powerful heifer to be round out the class. Congratulations to y'all.
Well, congratulations. Back over in Ring 1, results of your first class of purebred Bronvie females. First place to go to back number 2093, Praz Miss Phoenix 76K. Congratulations to Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. Second place went to back number 2092, Shelby Prazik. Third place, congratulations, Samantha Molman. And fourth place goes to Jeremiah Gonzalez Jr. Now in the ring, we have Class 2, purebred late spring heifer calves. Back over in the Charolais ring, we have the results of Class 4B. First place was exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. Second place in that class, Lee Borklin. Third place, Abigail Peck. Fourth place in that class, exhibited by Megan Johnson. Fifth place, Corbin Hunt. Sixth place was exhibited by Madison Ashcraft. And seventh, Delane Hughes. Now currently in ring 2, our judge will be selecting his champion reserve here in your junior calf division.
Another very good division. So my compliments to all the breeders here. These cattle, they're fantastic, exceptional animals. I probably tipped my hand a little bit in that last class there. You know, the heifer out of the first class is really nice, and she's a moderate, just sound, good-shaped heifer. We'll talk just in a minute, but to me, this heifer out of the second class is what I think Charolais heifer calf should look like at this stage of the game. And does it just with some extra bells and whistles. This is a very, very good female. Congratulations on your division champion.
As we're over here on the Bronby side, I think that we've got some give and takes in here. The heifer I'm going to use to win the class is the most expressively muscled heifer. She's one of the stouter footed heifers, and she's one of the sounder heifers out here. When we set this one in motion, we like the way that she flexes off both ends. Yeah, she could hold her top together just a little bit better on the move, but when we look at her in terms of balance and structure and muscle shape and dimension and just pure stoutness, I think that she wins, even though that she gives up the performance advantage to the second place heifer. Second place heifer is definitely a longer bodied, longer hipped, higher performing kind of a heifer, but when we really get to analyzing her, she gets a little flatter in her rib shape, she gets a little shallower up through that heart, she gets a little flatter in that muscle than what we would like to see, but really, really, really nice, attractive kind of a heifer. And then around the class out with, not a bad heifer by any means, a heifer that's got some width and dimension to her. When we get on top of her, she's got a big old top to her. She just doesn't quite put it together structurally. She's a little straight up through that shoulder. She gets a little over in her knee, and she wants to drop in those pins more than what I'd like to see.
Well, it is a little closer for reserve, and so I had to go ahead and get that one picked and look between the second and the first class winner there. These two cattle are very, very nice, and I like the both of them. They're just appropriate sized, good bodied cattle that have some quality and some eye appeal to them. And so, you know, I think it is close. I keep coming back. There's one of them that intrigues me long term that I'd want to have for our family. And just the way she's put together, that's this heifer that was second to our champion. She'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in this division here in the Charolais ring. Your champion exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with Boyd Kelly 438K. And reserve champion in that class was exhibited by Lee Borkland with Sally 2003 KET. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We'll now go into your next class here in the Charolais ring. This will be your senior calf division, Class 6A. Back over in the Bronby ring. Results of Class 2, first place went to Kaylin Jacobs of Brenham, Texas. Second place also to Jalen Smith of Rosebud, Arkansas, with Miss JMS Beth, K312. And third place in that class will go to back number 2096, Jeremiah Gonzalez Jr. Now in ring 1 is Class 3, purebred early spring heifer calves born March of 2022.
probably the easiest class that I've had all day. The young lady in the salmon-colored tops heifer is just really, really nice. She's big-bellied, she's soft-made, she's big-hipped, and when we set her in motion, she sets that big old paw down with some authority, and she flexes the way that she needs to out of that shoulder and out of that hip and hind leg, and she still does it in a neat, attractive kind of way. Really like the way that this heifer lays into her shoulder. Maybe clean up a little bit of that extra leather up through her front end, and this one would be deadly. The next heifer in line, not a bad heifer by any means, would have won some earlier classes just on sheer structural soundness alone. This one is really attractive, really neat. A lot of the same things that we say about the first place heifer, just not as much to her. We get on both ends of her. She gets a little bit more narrow. She gets a little bit more flatter in her kind. She gets a little bit flatter and more narrow in her rib shape too. Two really nice heifers.
Congratulations in Class 3. First place will go to 2100 RMK Ace of Hearts 353K. Congratulations, Rylan Kimball of Montrose, Colorado. Second place went to Riley Flowers, Whitesboro, Texas, with Alexander L7 Cotton Ginger. We'll now bring in Class 4. This will be purebred junior heifer calves born January to February of 2022.
Well, just 3 in this class, and I think 2 and 3 a little closer. This heifer needs to win the class, though, and she's really neat-fronted. She's still pretty thick and powerful and has some growth and substance to her. Appreciate that. Young man does a nice job getting her to look really good from the profile here. Tuck her down just a little in her tail head, but very nice heifer. The next pair are close. I thought this heifer that's going to be second, I like her size and I like her hind leg a little better than the 1 and 3. If she's going to win the class, though, she needs to be a little thicker and more massive. This heifer in third is growthier and more extended. Appreciate that. Has a little more rib and body. I need to change this one out of her rump and her hind leg as well there just to move up in the class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Charolais ring in Class 6A. First place, so get it back, number 4168, WIA Miss Firefly 198 PET, exhibited by Lucas Crutcher of Fairgrove, Missouri. Second place went to back number 4165, bred and owned by Jackson Staggs of Wayne, Oklahoma. Third place in that class will go to back number 4170, F5 Miss Frankie 137 ET PLD. Congratulations to Kyler Field of Telephone, Texas. We're now going to bring in Class 6B. This will be your final class in this division.
Well, we'll just talk about this single entry here and then view for champion. Big, deep, easy flushing, powerful brood cow prospect here that's going to win their single entry class. We'll talk about her a little more when we get the other one out here, a heifer that's got a lot of good to her. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 6B. First place to go to Kylan Oaks with MJ Miss Polly 118 PET. We're now going to bring your first and seconds in, and our judge will select his champion reserve senior calf.
Well, a very nice division of falls here, and we got two class winners. The Grand and Reserve are going to come out of those two, so nothing to take away from that gentleman in the back here. But we got a pair of heifers that are close, but they're very different from one another. The heifer up front's the good-looking one. The heifer in the back's the probably soggy or deeper one. They're both sound. They're both powerful cattle, and I think they represent good kinds, and so you just got to prioritize what you want to here. When I just step off of them over here on the rail and look at which one catches my attention the quickest, it's the young man's out of Class 1. She'll be our champion, and we're going to follow it up with the young lady out of Class 2.
Well, congratulations. Your champion in that division, back number 4168. Congratulations to Lucas Crutcher. And reserve champion to go to back number 4173. Congratulations to Kylan Oaks. We'll now bring in your first class in the next division. This will be Class 7.
Pretty nice Charolais single entry here in the August class. Again, represents a lot of things we like. She's heavy bone, she's thick, she's powerful, and she has some rib and body to her as well. Probably you'll see some that are a little sleeker from the side and maybe a little more angular everywhere. But I think, though, even though she does a lot of things very nice, good kind of heifer to win. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 7. First place to go to back number 4174. ECP Nancy Carbon 2112 TW. Congratulations, Addison Pendley. We're now going to bring in Class 8. This will be your final class in our intermediate division.
Well, as we get into these older heifers here, it's going to be good, and there's just 2 in this class, but they're both very good kinds of cattle. In this May class, though, this heifer that wins, I think, is very nice. Talk about just balance and proportions. I think this one does that extremely well. She is so good looking. She's fresh at this stage of the game. Yet she's still very, very powerful when you get in behind her there. I like a lot of things in her, and you know, the only reservation I have is when she gets out and goes, she's just a little hesitant, you know, and I don't think there's anything wrong with her structure necessarily in terms of the angles of it. I just wish she'd just go a little bit, and that's where I just lengthen her out in her stride, but past that, that's an awesome looking, awesome presented heifer that's very thick and powerful. Good job, young man. This heifer here, I really appreciate this young man's got her bred up early as a May, and I appreciate that. She's heavy boned, she's moderate, she's thick. Good things there for sure. You know, compared to the one that wins, you know, she works up a little in her top line and rounds a little out of her rump, but very good cattle here. You've done a nice job with her. I think she'll make an awesome brood cow.
Well, congratulations in that last class here in the Charolais ring. First place, we'll go to back number 4178, PL Lady Wilma. Congratulations, Owen Weisinger of Fort Madison, Iowa. In second place, we'll go to back number 4176. Congratulations to Cinch Dowling. We're now going to bring those firsts and seconds in. Our judge will select an intermediate champion reserve.
We certainly had a fun class over here on the Brondby side, and I think these 2, you could argue these 2 either way. I'm going to sort them on structural soundness and integrity, and that's where that I'm going to put them. The young lady's heifer to my far right in the blue top, love her rib shape, love her balance, moves out of the ring. The soundest heifer in the class, extremely fluid off both ends, big-bodied and attractive female, so she wins. The heifer that we've got in second, she's kind of the albatross of the bunch. She's the biggest topped. She's the most attractive heifer in the class. She's the fullest hip. She's the most expressively muscled heifer in the class. But she gets restricted whenever we get her on the move. She gets a little choppier in her stride. She gets a little tight out of her hip, but quality alone gets her into the second hole. I think that the next 2 get really close, and I think that they're really similar in type and in kind. I think that the heifer that we've got in the third hole holds herself together just a little bit better, both on the standstill and on the move. I think that she's a little bit better hipped whenever we view her in terms of pin set. I think that she's a little bit wider whenever we get behind her. I think that the heifer that we've got in the next hole here is certainly one of the softer made, most attractive heifers in the class, and that got her to this position. She's so long fronted, she's so neat shouldered, she lays in nice and smooth. She transitions so well with a really flat shoulder into a really nice open rib shape. To me, this heifer just gets a little bit narrow whenever we get behind her. She gets a little more refined in her bone work, just not enough of her. But man, you're talking about one that's really, really neat, really, really attractive, and sound enough on the move. You like this one a lot. The next heifers in line, they just start to get a little plain. They start to get a little bit chuffier fronted. They get a little bit shorter necked. The heifer that the young man's got here is a big bellied, broody made kind of a heifer that looks like she's going to make a really nice cow. She just doesn't balance out as nicely as the heifers in front of her. She gets a little bit heavier through that shoulder. She gets a little bit chubbier fronted, just not quite the balance. The next heifer in line is one that you do appreciate in terms of the eye appeal and just sheer silhouette that she gives you from a top line standpoint and from a levelness standpoint. This one just needs more body. She needs to be on feet a little bit longer. I think this one down the road when we project her out is going to make a really, really, really good one. She just needs more time, just not enough rib shape there. The next heifer in line, probably one of the higher performing heifers that we had in the class. Big, growthy, stout-made, big-footed kind of a heifer. This heifer just doesn't move good enough for me today. She wants to get underneath herself when we set her in motion, wants to pull that top up and drop those pins. Just not good enough on those wheels to get any higher. The next heifer in line here that the young man's got, another one, like the same can be said. She's big-bellied, she's big-ribbed, she just wants to get underneath herself a little bit on the move. Then the heifer that we're rounding the class out with just gets a little bit plainer fronted, she gets a little bit straighter fronted, she's just not quite the angle to that shoulder that we like, not quite as smooth through that front end. Really, really good class of heifers.
All right, nice division here. Just 3 of them. young lady, you got a nice heifer, but them pair out of the second class are pretty stout. And this one that wins is extra good. Congratulations to you guys on Grand and Reserve.
Well, congratulations in the Charolais ring. Your intermediate champion will go to back number 4178. Congratulations to Owen Weisinger. And the reserve champion goes to back number 4176. Congratulations. Bred and owned by Cinch Dowling, Fairgrove, Missouri. We're now going to bring in your first class in the next division. This will be Class 9. Back over in the Bronvie ring, results of Class 4 first place. Congratulations to Big Blue Bronvie of DeWitt, Nebraska with Miss BBB 2232. Second place in that class, exhibited also by Big Blue Bronvie with Miss BBB 2218. Third place was exhibited by Rafter K. Bronvie of Memphis, Texas. Fourth place goes to back number 2109. Fifth place in that class, back number 2112. Sixth place, 2108. Seventh place in that class will go to back number 2111. Eighth place, 2107. And ninth place will go to 2103. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds. Our judge will select his champion and reserve junior calf.
Really, really nice division that we had out here in our Bronvie show. And starting with the calf to my far right, we loved the performance. We loved the look of this one. We loved the rib shape and the muscle that this one possessed. When we got behind her, we talked about just how much sheer width and dimension this one had to go along with the rib shape. We'd like to clean her up a little bit on her front end, make her more extended about that head and neck. But whenever you talk about the meat and potatoes of one, this one certainly gets it. The heifer out of the second class is one that we really liked on the standstill. She's uniformly deep from her forerib back to her flank, but yet she still opened up enough in that rib. When we get on top of her, we like the muscle shape and dimension that she had compared to the other heifer in class. This one just gives up a little bit in terms of size and scale and performance, especially to the heifers on front of her, and that was second in her class. The next heifer in line, we really, really like the squareness of design, the levelness of top, the sheer elegance of the way that the hip shape in this one is, and the way that she comes together when she's on the move. Really nice heifer. Now, if we're going to criticize this one any at all, maybe like to clean just a little bit up underneath that chin just a little bit, maybe drop just the center portion of that rib just ever so slightly. But here's one that's big-footed and burly and moves out the ring and still has a neat enough look to her. Then the last class that we were in, I thought that the two heifers in this class were extremely close, but yet different. This heifer is one that's really elegant in her design. You love the silhouette that this one projects when the young lady gets her stopped. She's long enough fronted, but she's got a nice maternal look to her. She's got a nice level top in her, probably one of the better hip sounder moving heifers that we have out here compared to one or two of the others out here. Maybe not quite as big boned and stout footed, but I think that she's adequate in that standpoint. So I think that we've got four really good heifers to select a champion from. Then we'll step back, we'll take another look at them and go for reserve.
Well, congratulations. You're champion that division over here in the Bronvie ring. We'll go to back number 2102. Congratulations, Big Blue Bronvie with Miss BBB 2232. And congratulations, your reserve in that division will go to back number 2093, Prasmus Phoenix, 76K. Congratulations to Shelby Prazik, Brenham, Texas. We're now going to get started with your next class here in the Brown V Show. This will be Class 5 winter heifer calves born November to December of 2021.
All right, well, good class of these older heifer Aprils here, and I think solid cattle all the way down. These first two heifers, I think, offer a lot of good. I think this heifer that wins, though, I appreciate just how her shoulders laid into her feet shape, and her length of stride compared to the one in second. I love this heifer's just length of side, her body type, her frame size. Everything kind of fits together really nicely there. I think there'll be maybe some more extreme ones in some areas that we'll see, but she's just very basic, very fundamental, good kind of a brood cow. The heifer in second, there are times I really like her a lot when she stopped here. She's long-necked. She's still fresh about her front end. Her chest sets up in her nice. Her lines look really, really good. To me, a couple things. I'd change her in her feet is where I probably had my biggest hold up. She reads a little longer and open in her I guess a little shallower in her heel, and just maybe doesn't travel out of her front end as nicely there. But that's just telling you why I beat her there. That's still a very, very good heifer that's long and clean fronted and well balanced. I think she's got more to her than the heifer in third. This heifer in third, though, is similar in the regards of being really neat up front, really angular, very attractive. I wish this heifer was a little thicker and more powerful from behind. She flattens up. I'd like to tuck her tail head down into her as well there, but still good heifer. We get into a bigger rib type of a heifer here. Appreciate her softness of structure. She hit me just a little plainer up front, maybe not as striking as the one ahead of her. Then we're going to round out the group with a hairy, kind of neat, sharp-fronted type of a heifer that's big boned. This heifer to me gets a little coarse in her joint work. She's not just as true and genuine in her body and mass from behind either. Congratulations to everybody there on a nice class.
Well, congratulations in Class 9. First place to go to back number 4187, SLIK Mary 151. Congratulations, Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana. Second place in that class, back number 4188. Congratulations, Maddie Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma. Third place goes to back number 4183, Cody Clary, Saluda, South Carolina. Fourth place went to back number 4186, Huck Plyler of Hope, Arkansas. In fifth place in that class, go to back number 4181, Tana Grigg of Webb City, Missouri. Now in ring 2, we're bringing Class 10.
Really good class over here on the Bronby side, and a lot of pieces and parts that you can pull what you like from. The heifer that I'm going to start the class out with, it wins on structure alone. When we set this one in motion, she really reaches out with a nice soft foot. She's got the right set to her pasterns. She's got the right set to her hocks. She's got some muscle to her. When we get behind her, she's burly enough in her leg structure and stout enough when we get her on the side profile, and probably the softest made one that we have out here. So she wins the class. I think the next two get kind of close. I really like them in terms of their silhouette, in terms of the design of their hip, in terms of the levelness of design. To me, both of these two, the next two in line, just get a little too shallow for me. I'd like to drop that rib, soften them up, just see a little bit more shape and boldness of rib, especially in that upper rib shape, and drop them in the center portion of that rib. Now, taking that in consideration, this heifer is the second soundest heifer in the class. She's the second best hipped heifer in the class and one of the longer body heifers in the class. She falls in the second hole. Then the heifer that we've got in the third hole is the pretty heifer of the class. She's kind of the albatross. She's the one that stands out. She's different, but she's too narrow for me to move any higher up. We love this heifer in terms of her levelness of design and straightness. When this young man gets this heifer stopped and that back leg behind her, she is super, super cool to look at. There's just not enough to her. We'd like to blow her apart from her rib. We'd like to blow her apart in that chest floor, just see her expanded out a little bit more. Give the fitters in the back credit. They did a really nice job getting this one ready. The next one in line is one that is a little bit softer. She is a little bit deeper. This one just wants to fall off on both ends. She wants to get a little down-headed. She wants to roll in that hip a little more than what I'd like to see. You appreciate her in terms of her softness, in terms of her muscle. She just doesn't quite balance out as good. The next heifer in line is one that I had trouble with on where to put her. You have to appreciate this female for her boldness of rib, for her openness of design, the muscle that she has. This one just don't move good enough. She's straight in that scapula. She's really upright. She wants to get over in her knee, and then she doesn't want to pack herself out correctly off of those hind wheels, just gets too short striding. A lot the same thing can be said about the black heifer. The only difference between these two is black heifer just doesn't have as much power as the heifer in front of her. This heifer just needs to be freed up on both ends, loosened up in her structure.
Congratulations over here in the Bronvy ring. Class 5, first place. We'll go to back number 2113. Exhibited by Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. Second place, congratulations also to Shelby with Miss Atlas 66 JET. Third place, exhibited by Aiden Wilkin. Fourth place went to Rowdy Jack Etchison. Fifth place in that class, congratulations Shelby Prazik. And sixth place will go to Coy Pittman. Now in the ring is Class 6. These will be senior heifer calves born September to October of 2021.
Well, a good class here. There's several really nice cattle throughout. This heifer that wins, I think, just puts a lot of things together pretty nicely. She's pretty sound. She's pretty big-bodied and has plenty to her and still has a nice look from the side. I think specifically compared to two, I'm just more acceptable there on length of stride, especially out of her front end there. But good heifer. This one in second, when she stopped right here, boy, this looks like one that could win the entire show. She just maybe not moving good enough for me, and that's where I get a little critical of her. I need to just let her reach out of her front end a little more and just loosen her up a bit. But big-time parts and features there and a very, very good heifer. This next one is moderate, big-ribbed, and pretty cowy in her kind. She's a heifer that is just a little plainer than those first two, but I appreciate just her fundamentals she has there. The next heifer is very similar, and I actually thought this was the closest pair of the bunch. Big-ribbed and thick and muscular here. You know, this heifer's got a little too much up front. She gets a little piecier when you step out to the side of her. This yellower tinged heifer, when she stops, she's very angular in her lines, very, very neat to look at and sharp. To me, this heifer, I'd like to see her teats a little bit better, and then I'd like to freshen her up in her condition, make her have a little more true sweep to her lower rib and body. A bigger, longer, later maturing type of a heifer is going to round us out here. Appreciate the length of stride she has compared to the one ahead of her. This heifer, though, ducks her pins from behind, gets a little too gathered in her teats. Just need to change her up there a bit, but still very nice kind of stuff. Congratulations.
Congratulations in Class 10. First place will go to back number 4189, Boy Smokin' Monty 200J, exhibited by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. Second place in that class, congratulations, Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky, with RF Cinderella 1021 ET. Third place went to back number 4191. Congratulations to Camden Filippo. Fourth place went to back number 4193, Kylan Oaks. Fifth place will go to back number 4194, Landry LaFesti. And sixth place will go to 4190. Congratulations to Avery Hunt.
In this class of Bronvies, we've got a really nice heifer to start the class out with. She's a little bit different than some of the ones we've used earlier in that she's a little bit bigger frame. She's not quite as soft made as some of the others that we've used, but she's in the same package. She's structurally sound. She's functional in her footwork. She moves out of the ring nicely, and yet she's still got a really nice look about her. I think when we really get to analyze in this class, I think that she's the smoothest made. She's the neatest shouldered. She's the flattest shouldered one in the class. When this young lady gets her stop, she's really, really nice and presented well. The next heifer in line, I think, probably follows her in type and in kind, even though she is a little bit smaller, more moderate in her frame size. This is probably one of the bigger topped heifers that we've got out here. This heifer, to me, when we set her in motion, she wants to drop her pins a little more than what I'd like to see. She gets a little coarser through that shoulder, but yet when we compare with the ones on either side of her, I think that this is where that she logically falls. She's logically the second soundest one out here. She's the second deepest bodied. She's the second best balanced one out here. So she goes in the two hole. Then the heifer that we're rounding the class out with, you appreciate the shape and outer turn to her quarter that she has, the amount of muscle that she has. This one just doesn't balance up as good. She gets heavier up through that shoulder. She gets a little coarser through the point of that shoulder and wants to roll off in her pins.
Well, real good division here. Four heifers that have a lot of utility to them. There's some different kinds, that's for sure. And again, you got this heifer that won the first class. She's just a very solid heifer, good-bodied, sound enough, decent enough looking. You know, I don't think that she's as powerful, as massive, or as neat maybe from the side as the next three, but I really appreciate her kind. The heifer that won Class 2, again, like I said, you know, just doesn't have a whole lot of issues anywhere. She's sound, she's flexible, she's got some body, she still balances up nicely. Again, I don't know if she just wows you in any one area, but she does a lot of things very, very nicely. And then you got two cattle here. The one that was second to the first class winner I talked about, awesome standing here. Just change her feet a little bit. And same for this heifer, wild looking kind of breeding piece heifer here that's second to in the second class, needs to go just a little better. So it's close here, but just thinking about why I'd beat any of them, this heifer out of Class 2 needs to be the champion. Congratulations, young man.
Congratulations in that division. Your champion will go to Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois.
Heifer that's pulling in here, I think still, when you just stop from my perspective and get against the rail, look at these two cattle. The one that intrigues me the next best is this one that was second in Class 2.
As we get these out here in division, I don't know if we've got one out here that in this division that just jumps out at you and says, I'm going to take this division and run with it. But yet we've got some solid ones. And all four of these are similar in their type and in their kind. We talked about the young lady in the blue sweaters. shirt here, in the blue sweater, heifer that's big and rugged and burly and got some muscle to her and got some rib shape and pretty soft. And more than importantly, she's the soundest one out of that class and one of the soundest ones in the division, and still has some muscle and shape and look. The heifer out of the second class in this division was the eye-appealing, long-bodied one that's really long from the point of her nose to the tip of her tail, extremely long pattern. And in some ways that's good, and in some ways that hurts her a little bit, makes her look a little more shallow than what she is because she is so long-bodied. So we've got the couple out here. I'm going to go out and pick the one that I like the best today, that I think is the most functional in her shape and in her design.
Well, congratulations in this division in your Brown v ring. Champion will go to 21-13. Congratulations, Shelby Prazik with Prasmus Mighty Wonders 69 JET.
Well, we just have a single entry heifer on this side of January, right, young man? January. And I think one that's very intriguing. I think there's some neat parts to her. She's so long-necked and feminine and attractive up there, yet still very, very massive in her rib and body. You know, I think it's interesting. I was trying to put my finger on it. You know, she's so long-sided, and as she's came into calf here, she's starting to drop a little in her top line and work up in her tail head. I don't get too critical on that at all. I can appreciate that she's pretty far along, and I think there's a lot of good and quality in that heifer to win a single entry class. Congratulations, young man.
Congratulations over here in the Charolais ring. Your first place in Class 11. Congratulations to Justin Teets, Lost River, West Virginia, with OBG Miss America 2021. We're now going to bring in Class 12. These will be senior yearling females.
What do you know? I said, what do you know? He's growthy. Nice bull. Yep, got him here. Doing nice. All right, well, this gentleman's got a senior yearling pair here. I like the little bull calf at side. He's pretty growthy for September there. Cow's got a beautiful udder on her as well. Nice pair there. Congratulations.
Probably the easiest thing that we've done in the Bronby show all day was use the young lady's heifer to win this class. Some might think she may be a little too moderate. For me, she's just about the right size. Man, you love the way that her rib shape's made, how full she is in the upper part of that body cavity, and the way that she ties in behind that shoulder, and she's big-hipped and got a lot of shape and outer turn, and she's really smooth in her joints. And when we set her in motion, she sets herself apart there as well. She's just super, super, super fluid. Now, if we're going to get critical on her, we'd like to stretch her out. We'd like to stretch her front end out. We'd like to see her a little bit more feminine about that head and neck. She just gets a little plain, but take that away from her. She's a really, really, really good female. The heifer that we've got in the second hole, a little bit harder made kind of a heifer that's extremely long bodied in comparison to the first place heifer, really long bodied, long hipped kind of a heifer. To me, she just gets kind of hard and gets kind of flat. Just like to see her just a little bit softer made. Heifer that's certainly sound enough today. She just gets a little bit hard in this class.
Nice division here, and a pair of good cattle. They're in a little different stages of production, but hey, that's all right. I think you could justify some different things. When you get over there to the rail, though, the heifer out of Class 1, I think is very intriguing in her look, her balance. She's still pretty thick and powerful. You'll have the champion of this division, young man, and we'll follow it up with Class 2.
Well, congratulations. In your senior female division, your champion will go to back number 4197, OBG Miss America 2021, exhibited by Justin Teets of Lost River, West Virginia. And reserve in that division will go to back number 4199. We're now going to bring in your cow-calf division. There will be one entry in this class. After this division, we are going to bring in all of those champion reserves and select a grand and reserve grand champion female.
Well, just a single entry here and a nice pair that'll add to the quality of our lineup and really just represents the good we've had all day. This cow is big-footed and she's stout-boned and she's thick. I think it's got a big old growthy, thick-made heifer calf outside that does a lot of things right there. Congratulations on just a good-doing pair here.
Well, congratulations. Your champion cow-calf pair will go to back number 4201. Congratulations to Rockin' K Cattle, Lexington, Virginia. At this time, we'll bring in all of your division champion and reserves, and our judge, Mr. Parker Henley, is going to select his champion and reserve champion Charolais females.
We're going to start with the big old growthy heifer to win this class. And when she first walks in, she doesn't wow you as much as when this young lady gets her stopped. When she gets this heifer stopped and the pole on that female raises up and she gets that front end just really extended, there's a wow factor to this one that some of the others out here don't have. To go along with that, she's so long-bodied that you do appreciate that. And in some ways, that the length of her spine and the length of body kind of hurts her a little bit because it makes her look like she's a little tight-flanked. And I don't think that she's necessarily that tight-flanked. I'd just like to see her just drop down there a little bit more. And I think if she was more compact like the other two, I don't think that it would be as noticeable. But, man, this is the heaviest muscled, soundest moving, most eye-appealing one in this class. So she wins. I think the next two get really close, and I think that you could do a couple different things with these. I went with the one that, to me, was a little bit nicer balanced. I thought that she was carrying a little less weight up through that front 1/3. I thought that she wasn't quite as bold up through that shoulder as the heifer that we've got in the third hole. We've got in the third hole, and I think that she's the most like and type and in kind of the heifer that we've got in second, so she's going to fall into the second hole. The heifer in third is kind of intriguing from that last rib back. You love the hip in this heifer. You love the way that her pin set is. You love the way that tail head lays. This one just gets too heavy-chested, and she's carrying too much weight in her front 1/3 to place in the top three. So three really nice heifers.
Well, congratulations in the Braun V ring. Congratulations, Class 8, first place. Go to back number 2126. Star Baby Sister 55J1. Congratulations to Star Ranch, Weatherford, Texas. Second place, go to back number 2124, Grace Kaczynski of College Station, Texas. In third place, congratulations to Aiden Wolkin. We'll now bring in those firsts and seconds and select a champion reserve here in the intermediate division.
Two really good heifers out here that are polar opposites that won their individual classes and they want it running away. The heifer out of the first class is extremely moderate in her body size and in her frame score. She's extremely deep bodied. She's extremely soft made. She's extremely flexible off both ends. And like I said in class, when this one sets that pastern down, she's just kind of fluid when she moves. Now, compared to the heifer out of the second class, she just gets a little bit short-bodied, but she puts so many good things together in terms of uniformly balanced from her front 1/3 to her back 1/3. The way that she puts everything together, you really like this one. Just like to stretch that front end out, just like to see her cleaned up just a little bit. Then the big heifer out of that last class, talked about her a little bit. She's so elegant up through her front end. She's so level and long in her top. She's got some really, really, really neat pieces and parts. She's extremely green in her condition for a female of this size. In fact, I might like to see her a little bit further along bred. It just see what she looked like when that belly was dropped down a little more. I think this one could get really intriguing, but she's so attractive and so dead level when we set her in motion. You do appreciate that about it. So we've got two that are really, really different. I'm going to go out and pick the one that if I was going to take one home, I'd take home today.
Well, what an honor for me to be able to get out here and judge these Charolais cattle. It's very humbling, and I'm so thankful to the association for allowing me to do this. I've had a breed that's been very good to me over my career, and one of my first opportunities to judge a big show, or I was honored to get that by my own breeders and in a breed that I grew up in, and so I'm super thankful. You will not find a bigger fan or advocate of the Charolais cattle than myself, and so I hope you all know that. I'm super complimentary of all of these cattle and all of them that I saw today, and appreciate what people brought to me. I'll make this comment. I was looking forward to this day for some time. As I mentioned, I'm very passionate about them, but I had zero agenda. I just wanted to come out here and look at good Charolais cattle, and I'm pretty pumped. I found a pair of them that I dig quite a bit, and we're going to get to that in a minute. But As I mentioned, I'm super thankful that my folks my family and my wife's parents are here. My son, which hopefully will be showing some Charolais in a few years. He's up there watching. He didn't quite make it. I got into nap time here before we get into the grand drive, but appreciate them all being here and watching. We truly are, both sides of my family have Charolais in our roots, and so I am passionate when I tell you that. Again, relative to the champions out here, there's several of them in the lineup that I think put a lot together and have some good things. All right, and as I've sat out here and thought about it, and thought about well, what do we want to do here? I like so many things, and I've thought about, boy, I want the Charolais breed to be represented well in the Supreme lineup. I've thought about several things, and what I came back to is when I sit over here and think about it, there is one specific female out here that I think is as good of a Charolais heifer as I have ever seen. And she pumped me up from the minute she came in the ring, and I would be mad watching this entire year if I don't use her for champion. That's that Division II heifer. Congratulations. She'll be champion today.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion Charolais female here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Congratulations, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with Boy Kelly 438K. Reserve in that division was exhibited by Lee Borkland. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion Charolais female. Coming out of Class 10, congratulations, Carter Hogue, Good Hope, Illinois, with Boy Smokin' Monite 200J. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are going to take a brief photo break. When we return back, we'll start with our bull show. We'll start with Class 2, late spring bull calves.
Well, if there's one that's the phrase goes, cranks my clock or trips my trigger, whatever, it's this one that we're going to use to win this class. From the ones that we've had out here, this is one of the sounder moving, bigger legged, bigger footed, bigger bodied ones that still has some really nice pieces and parts in terms of balance and look and softness of structure and softness of body type, and still has enough broodiness to her that she still looks like she's going to make a beef cow. I like this one quite a bit. The most logical one to put in the second hole is the one that looks the most like her in terms of balance, in terms of depth of body, in terms of levelness of top and levelness of hip. This one just gets a little high on her tail head, maybe doesn't quite have the sheer width and dimension of the first place, but from pieces and parts, this one fits the bill of the first place heifer. Then the third place heifer is the kind of outlier of the bunch, extremely long bodied, extremely long fronted, really elegant and feminine about that head and neck. I just like to see this one just a little bit bit burlier, a little bit stouter featured, a little bit stouter footed, a little bit more shape whenever we get behind her from stifle to stifle and just see her just a little bit wider. But man, when you talk about one that's lean and trim in its condition and still has a really nice attractive look, you like this one a lot. Then the next heifer in line that the young lady in the burgundy sweater's got is a really broody made kind of a female that's got a big foot. She's got a big bone circumference underneath her. She just doesn't balance out quite as nice. She gets a little heavy through that front 1/3. She wants to pull her top up just ever so slightly when we set her in motion. Just doesn't quite put it together. Then the heifer that we're rounding the class out with is not a bad heifer by any means. She's super feminine. She looks like a lady whenever the young lady gets her head up. This one just gets a little flat rib. She gets a little shallow through the center portion of her body. Just doesn't quite have that expansiveness that the ones above her had. Really, really nice class of heifers.
Well, congratulations in Class 9 over here in your Bronze V ring. First place, so go to back number 2129, Avery Kimball, Montrose, Colorado, with BLC Aurora Sky 012J. Second place in that class, congratulations, Jose Antonio Munoz. Third place, so go to back number 2131, Lindsey Gherkin of Weatherford, Texas. Fourth place in that class, back number 2127, Camry Pittman. And fifth place, so go to back number 2130, Riley Flowers. Now in the ring is Class 10.
We're going to leave these two the way that they're standing and the way that they came in. The heifer that's going to win the class just wins it on structural integrity alone. I think she holds her top together better. She holds her hip together better whenever we set her in motion. She reaches out with a better proper placement of those rear legs. I think that she's probably got just a nickel better angle to that scapula and to that front shoulder as well. Would we like to see her have more body, especially in comparison to the second place heifer, more internal capacity? Of course we would, but I think that she's adequate in that considering how long-bodied she is. The next heifer in line is one that I like in terms of her body shape. I like in terms of her broodiness of design, or her softness of structure, the ease of fleshing that she appears to have. To me, this one wants to get underneath herself just a little bit more. Whenever we set her in motion, she wants to drop her pins more, wants to come up in that top just a little bit more compared to the first place heifer.
Congratulations in Class 10, first place. We'll go to back number 2132, Star Annie Oakley, 10J, exhibited by Samantha Malman of Brenham, Texas. Second place in that class went to back number 2133, Rylan Kimball with BLC Aurora Star, 577J. Now coming in the ring is your final class in this division. This will be Class 11 Junior Yearling Heifers born January to February of 2021. Well, in the Charolais ring, it looks like we are about ready to get started back up with your bull show. We'll start with Class 2 late spring bull calves born May of 2022.
Two really good heifers on the top end of this class. I'm going to use the young lady's heifer here. I think that she's a little bit easier in her middle part of her body. I think she's a little bit softer in terms of her rib shape. I think that she's just a little bit more open in that chest floor. I think that she's just a little bit more expansive in terms of her internal body capacity. Now, the heifer in second is a longer pattern, longer spine kind of a heifer, and I'm not going to take that away from her, but I think this heifer's just a little bit softer made. She's a little bit more expressively muscled. I think she's a little bit softer in her type and in her kind. The young lady's heifer that we have in second, this young lady's a really good showman to go along with it, and I think that certainly helps her. This heifer's a really nice big body kind of a heifer that's in really trim condition for a heifer of this size and this age. To me, she just gets a little bit harder in her condition. She gets a little bit flatter in terms of her muscle pattern when we view her from the side profile. She just doesn't quite have the shape and outer turn and just pure stoutness that the heifer that wins the class with. But you like her in terms of her length of body, in terms of her length of spine. And like I said, young lady does a nice job showing. The next heifer in line is one that we do like in terms of her uniformity, a depth from her forerib back to her flank. I think that she does do that well. She is open in her rib cage. She is bold in her rib. To me, when we set this one in motion, she wants to drop in those pins a little bit more than what I'd like to see. She wants to get underneath herself when we set her in motion. The next heifer in line is the one that I had trouble with. I really didn't know where to put this heifer. She's not quite deep enough to be at that top end. She wants to get a little bit shallow through the center portion of her body, but you love her hip. You love the hip in this female. She's big hip, she's big topped, but yet she gets a little bit short in that hip. So I had a pretty tough time placing her, so I just thought, she's a little bit shallow, but on down the road, I think this one, if fed right, could move on up. Then we're going to round the class out with a heifer that's not in a bad rig at all. She's a pretty nice heifer in terms of muscle shape, in terms of muscle dimension. She just gets a little bit off in terms of her structure. She wants to get underneath herself on the move. She wants to get a little bit straight in that shoulder and wants to pull up in her top when we set her in motion. Well, out here in division in the Bronby show, I think that we've got three really good ones, and we talked about them each in individuals, and you all know my feelings on the one to my far right. I love her pattern. I love the look. I love how sound she is, and she's so big-bodied and puts it all together in a really nice package. Heifer out of the second class is extremely long-bodied, extremely long pattern, long-hipped, really nice made kind of a heifer, maybe compared to the ones on either end of her, maybe gets just a nickel flatter in terms of her rib shape and in terms of that rear view, but yet a nice long pattern, level top kind of a female. And then the heifer out of the last class, we talked about how we liked her compared to the others in her class in terms of her uniformity of depth, the way that she balanced out. Maybe just doesn't quite have the eye appeal and the jazz of a couple other heifers out here, but certainly a nice functional made, broody made kind of a female. I'm going to go out and pick the one that I like the best and pick the reserve.
Okay, well, just to start our bull show off, we've got three of, so a big percentage of the entire show, but I think it's pretty straightforward here. This bull that wins is just the stoutest and the most powerful one of this bunch, and yet I still think he's plenty adequate in his structure and movement there. Nice bull that's well-balanced and thick and powerful to win. I'm going to change him just a little bit. I'd square his front feet up and lay his shoulder at the top of it in just a little better, but good bull. The next bull, I guess the next pair are very different. This one's extra muscle shape and moderation of frame and just expression is what gave him the edge. Now, the only thing that's holding me back and why I say he isn't second easy is he's a little round out of his rump and a little rigid in his pasterns, but I do like the masculinity, the forerib shape, and the thickness to that bull. This real hairy, big-footed bull comes next that's sure got a place. He's nice and angular in his lines. To me, though, he's a little straight up front and a little flatter in his forerib. I think he just needs to be a little more mature and more massive all the way through to beat those two. But, again, good parts in that bull. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in the Charolais ring out of Class 2 in your bull show. First place, congratulations to Carr Cattle Company of Webb City, Missouri with Carr's Mr. Ignite 222P. Second place in that class, back number 4211. Congratulations to Alyssa Meyer. Third place and to back number 4215. Congratulations to Jillian Sherman. In the Bronvy ring, we have the results of your junior champion division. Champion went to back number 2129, Avery Kimball. And reserve went to back number 2128, Jose Antonio Munoz.
Well, just a single entry. We'll keep things going here. A bull that's growthy and extended in his kind. Still got some quality and balance to him there. I think he's got a bright future, a good bull with some good parts to him. Congratulations on your class winner.
We're going to leave these two the way that they came in the ring, and I think it's really close. And when this young lady gets this one stopped and that head cocked up there, I think that she just kind of overpowers the second in terms of eye appeal and style and balance, not taking anything away from the heifer that we have in second. I think this one just ties together a little bit better out of that shoulder. I think she's a little bit smoother from that shoulder into that rib cage transition. Now, I'll give the advantage of body shape and depth, the center portion of their body, to the heifer that we have in second. Just don't think she's quite as good up through that shoulder. I don't think she's quite as good out of that pin.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Charolais ring. Congratulations in Class 3A. First place went to Aces Wild Ranch LLC with DC NBC Kingston 2110P. Now in the ring is Class 3B. Well, back in the Bronvie ring, results of your final division here in our heifer show. First place and champion went to Miss HHR Camellia Jade, and second place went to back number 2140. Congratulations to Shelby Prazek. We're now going to bring in all of those division champs and reserves, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion female.
Well, just a pair of Charolais bulls here, and I think they're different from one another. I like the more moderate, thicker-made bull here to win. He's big testicled. He's real stout and masculine, his head and his crest there. Wouldn't try to convince anybody he's the soundest calf in the world. I'd like to lengthen his stride, make him reach a little further, but he's adequate and he's fine. He has a little more mass and moderation than the bull in second. Bull in second definitely is growthier. He's longer fronted. He probably strides a little bit further as well. I don't know if it changes hip and his hind leg also, though, even though he does have an advantage in terms of length of stride. A bull that I'd like to tone down just a little in his frame and make him just a little bolder through his center body. But darn sure some good parts there. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations in our final class in this division. First place, we'll go to back number 4220. HL Diablo's Outsider LD. Congratulations, bred known by Cole Harris of Hepler, Kansas. In second place, we'll go to back number 4222. Congratulations to Lily Williams. We're now going to bring in the first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve spring calf champions.
Well, this is a nice division. You couldn't probably ask for three bulls that are any different from one another to be their class winners, and that's really what I'd say. We got a moderate, deep, kind of smooth-made bull. We got a big, long, extended bull, and a real thick, powerful bull there. They're all a little different from one another, and they all have their breeding utility here. The one, though, that stands out and fits my kind, though, is going to be Class 1. This young lady will have our champion in D1.
Congratulations, your champion in that first division is going to go to back number 4212 coming out of our first class. Congratulations to Carr Cattle Company. Second place in that class was exhibited by Alyssa Meyer.
Be a little closer here for reserve. I think the bull out of the second class is not the most massive or most mature at this stage of the game, but I'm probably just most comfortable with that bull's, just shape, muscularity, and length of stride. We'll go right here for a reserve in the division.
And congratulations, your reserve champion in that division comes out of Class 3A. Congratulations, Aces Wild Ranch LLC of Millsap, Texas, with DCNBC Kingston 2110P. Congratulations again to those exhibitors. Our next class in the ring, this will also be your division. This will be Class 4 Junior Calves.
As we bring out all of our division winners, I know from a judging standpoint, I'm extremely happy with the way that these all came together. I tried to put together a pattern in these females that were functional, that still had enough look to them. I'm an old school guy, so I like big bellied cattle. I like cattle that are functional. I like cattle that still have some eye appeal and some look to them, and I think these all do that. From our calf, the way that one's put together, we talked about, just how level and good hipped it was and pretty and big ribbed and still put it together in a big foot and a functional design. We like that about it. The calf out of the second division, we talked about just how much sheer muscle shape and dimension that one had. The calf out of the third division was the biggest bellied one that we had out here all day, and just super soft in its makeup, and maybe just gets a little bit plainer, but you certainly have to love the functional way that one's put together and the way that one's made. Then the heifer out of the fourth division, just how complete that one was and how much we liked the way that it moved around the ring and a big square hip and soft made, and just put all that together in a good look, and we certainly like that about it. And then even the senior division, wasn't very many out there, but that one hits the same pattern that I was trying to put together in terms of hip shape and functional soundness, in terms of foot quality and the way that they move around the ring. I'll be honest, I'm not a poker player. I don't hide my emotions very well, so you probably know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to go out and pick your champion, then come back and pick your reserve.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, purebred Bronvy female. Goes to back number 2129. Congratulations, Avery Kimball with BLC Aurora Sky 012J.
A pair of bulls here, and this class, and again, they're different from one another. I think the bull that's going to win just overpowers the other one in terms of true forerib shape, true muscularity and stoutness. I think that's where he comes to the front of this class. He's a little coarser in his general makeup, and the only thing that was holding me up is when he goes right away from you, he kind of walks outside of himself. But I don't think it's a huge problem, and he's just got so much more mass and muscularity than this bull coming next. This next bull here is very highly presented and sharp and angular. He's just a touch gangly looking for me. I want to make him a little fleshier and bolder in his forerib. Maybe just still change him up in his hind leg as well. But some nice parts there. A good looking angular bull. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Bronvy ring, your reserve grand champion. We'll go to back number 2102. Miss BBB 2232, exhibited by Big Blue Bronvy of DeWitt, Nebraska. Again, congratulations to all of our Bronvy female exhibitors. We will get started with your full-blood and purebred cow-calf pair division. Back over in the Charolais ring, we are showing your bulls currently. Your junior calf champion went to back number 4225, MJ Briarwood 206. Congratulations to Megan Johnson of Beaver, Oklahoma. And second reserve in that division went to back number 4223, exhibited by Tara Ribar Farms of Kmart, Maryland. Now in the ring is your first class here in the senior calf division.
Well, nice class-winning bull here that's got really big feet, a bull that's pretty flexible down in his pasterns and lower joint work there. I think does it with still plenty of shape and muscle up high. Again, I change this bull just a little bit. I'd tidy up his sheath, maybe make him just a touch deeper there in his heart and his flank. But, again, love the foot size, the true muscle shape he has there. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in the Charolais ring. First place in that class, go to back number 4229, FFF Fireclaw 1128, exhibited by Camden Filippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. We'll now bring in class 6. These are September senior bull calves.
Well, this is another nice bull here, a big growthy September bull that's got just a world of depth of body and moderation yet to him. Love the sweep there to his rib. I think this bull is, sound enough. And the only thing I'd say is I'd probably like to just tone him up just a little bit. He's planed up just a little in his shape, but, I think there's a lot of good in him. And to have some daughters out of a bull like that with that kind of body and rib and then just foot quality there would be very nice. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations in Class 6, first place. With the back number 4231, congratulations to Carr Cattle Company of Webb City, Missouri. We'll now bring in those firsts and seconds and select a champion reserve senior calf. Back over in the Bronvie ring, we're getting started with your purebred Bronvie cow-calf pairs. We'll have 2 entries in this division.
Well, this division's really nice, and I think this pair of bulls both have tremendous uses, I guess, and I think you could find a spot for both of them, a cow base to work on. Appreciate that a lot. They're different. The bull up front, I love the foot and the bone, the length of stride, and the freshness that he comes in today. I think that bull has got a few things I said. Just tidy him up a little in his sheath and make his body maybe just a little bolder and deeper, but good bull. The bull in the second class, I think, is a good kind. He is great in his rib and his body type. He still has some growth, but he doesn't project out to be a large framed bull either. I love just the balance he comes in here from the side. Now, I said this, he's a little stale looking. I'd probably just like to see that bull just toned up a little bit and freshened up. But, boy, he still has a lot of really nice things to offer there. So a good pair of bulls. You can kind of pick whichever one you think would work. Just step off of them and see the bull with the most quality to him is this one right here. You'll be champion in this division.
Well, congratulations, your champion senior calf will go to back number 4231. Congratulations to Carr Cattle Company. Reserve champion goes to back number 4229, exhibited by Camden Filippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Now bringing Class 8. This will be your intermediate division.
Our cow-calf pairs over here on the Bronvie side, as they were leading them in, I looked at the calves. I thought, man, both these calves are pretty good. And then I asked the young lady, I said, were these calves first and second in that first class? She said, yeah, they were. And so I think that commends the producing predictability of these two cows, just how good the calves on their sides are. I went with the dark pair up here to my far right. I think that when we really get to analyzing teat structure and udder structure, I think this one moves itself to the top. I think that this one shows me a little bit more natural ease of body condition and fleshing ability. When we get behind it, I think it has a little bit more muscle shape and dimension. So that one wins. And then we put the one here in second, one that's definitely more eye-appealing and probably passes that eye-appealing look onto her calf. To me, she just gets a little bit flatter and just like to see that udder just a little bit more evenly balanced in terms of how full each one of those quarters are. So 2 really nice pairs.
All right, just the single entry here as we keep moving along through the bull show. A bull here with some muscle, some expression to him. I appreciate that. And he's one that I'd like to loosen up a little in his structure, both off his front and rear. But again, lots of shape and power there. Good job to you.
Well, congratulations back in the Bronvy ring, your champion cow-calf pair. Congratulations to Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. And reserve champion went to back number 2142, also exhibited by Shelby Prazik. Now in ring 1, we're going to start your purebred Bronvy Bull show. First class in the ring is class 14 summer bull calves. Back in the Charolais ring, we have the results of your intermediate division. Your champion went to back number 4233. Congratulations to Macy Adams. Now in the ring is class 9. This will be your junior division.
Only a single entry in this first class of bulls on the Bronvy side, but here's a big-ended, big-ribbed kind of a functional made calf that's got a nice look to him. He's kind of fighting the halter, so you really can't get a good look on his structure so much, but a calf that you appreciate in terms of the depth of body and the sheer width and dimension that he does have.
Congratulations in that first class of bulls. First place, we'll go to back number 2146, Jose Munoz. Congratulations to Jose. We'll now bring in class 16. These will be purebred bulls born March of 2022.
Well, we just got a one single entry March bull here, and he's really nice. I told the gentleman here, he's just solid everywhere. He's sound enough. He's got some muscle. He's adequate in terms of his body, and it just gets out and moves very comfortably here. So good bull to win this single entry class. We'll continue to talk about him as we go along. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Your junior champion bull goes back number 4235. BJCF Caldwell, J701ET. Congratulations, bred known Bar J Livestock Incorporated, Liverpool, Texas. We'll now bring in class 11. These will be senior yearling bulls. Followed by this class, we'll look to see class 12.
We've certainly got a stud here to start this class out with. When we look at this one on the profile, we realize just how big-footed and burly-legged and big-muscled this one is when we're viewing it on the side profile to go along with that nice sweeping rib and a big old top. But more importantly, when we set this guy in motion, he just strolls around the ring. He's so fluid in his movements. He's so easy in his joints. You just really like that about him. Is he as attractive through his front 1/3 as the calf is in second? Probably not, but man, he puts so many good things together. He sorts himself to the top pretty easy. Most logical thing in the world to do is to put the one in second that we've got here. He's the second best balanced. He's the second heaviest muscled, second biggest bodied one out here. And the second best balance is, as we talked about, balance is carrying as much weight through the front 1/3 as he does through the back 1/3. This guy does that really good. He just doesn't do it as good as in it and as expressively as the first place calf does. The calf that we've got here in the third hole, not a bad calf by any means. When we look at him in terms of product and just mass and that, he's certainly got a lot. He wants to cut up in his flank a little bit. He wants to get just a little short striding off that back two. So we just like to make him flex a little bit better, make him just a little bit more up-headed and a little bit more eye-appealing. He would move on up in the class. Then we've got a calf here in the fourth hole that's not a bad calf by any means. He's just kind of skinny right now. This guy just needs to be on feed a little bit longer, and I think once you get this guy on feed and he begins to develop that rib shape and that body that the calves in the top two had, I think this guy will run with him. He's just too flat and too shallow right now to place in the top three, but I think on down the road, if the young lady does a good job feeding him, he'll be able to compete.
Well, congratulations in the Bronvie ring. Class 16, first place. We'll go to back number 2149. Congratulations to Jordan Walker. Second place, we'll go to back number 2151. Congratulations to Big Blue Bronvie. Third place went to J.N. Bronvie. And fourth place to Tanya Williams. We'll now bring in Class 17. This will be your final class in this division. These are junior bull calves born January to February of 2022.
Well, again, my compliments to these gentlemen here on presenting some big bulls this way and getting them to the show. It's very hard, and I think, just talk about some of the positives I see in each one, as I think there's a ton of utility in these three bulls here. This bull that is over here to the right out front, I think he just looks like he needs to win the class here today. He is still at this size, still very fresh and muscular in his shape. I think I like his length of side. I like his smoothness. I think he puts some things together that I like in both 2 and 3 in a well-balanced, sound enough kind of package there. Congratulations. Very nice bull. I was a little closer here. I always like, a moderate, big-ribbed bull like this one. I love how he transitions from his shoulder into his forerib. I probably just like, the way he uses his lower joints maybe just a little better than the bull coming in third there. I'd change him. I'd just maybe lengthen him just a little bit, and that's the extra extension, the extra mass of that first bull is what wins out. This bull coming next has more shape, more power, more substance to him than the one ahead of him. Gets a little too rigid from behind there off his rear too, but a good kind of a bull, still with a lot of shape and power. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations. In Class 11, first place to go to back number 4238, RF Full Strut 0223ET, owned and shown by Silvera Brothers and Ritter Farms. We'll now bring in Class 12. These will be summer yearling bulls.
when we get to sorting through this class of Bronvies, I think that the best way to put it is just sort them on product. And I think that the calf to my far right wins from that standpoint. I think that when we look at him in terms of muscle shape and design and performance and foot size and just sheer stoutness, I think that he sorts himself to the top. Is he balanced out and is as pretty as the calf is in second? No, I don't think so. But I think in terms of just sheer muscle dimension and muscle shape, as well along as rib shape and performance, he wins the class. I really like the black calf that we've got in the next hole to my left. He's a calf that you really appreciate in terms of eye appeal, in terms of balance, in terms of levelness and straightness of design. There's just not enough of him today to win this class.
Well, just one bull here, and I think a good kind of a bull to be a single entry. He's a real big bodied. He's good in terms of his size. I think still a stout, powerful kind of a bull. Is he as neat and sharp as a few other ones we've seen? Maybe not, but boy, he represents a lot of the fundamentals. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations. Back in the Bronvie ring, results of Class 17. First place went to back number 2154, Praz Mr. 12th Man, 73 JET, exhibited by Shelby Prazik of Brenham, Texas. In second place in that class, back number 2152. Congratulations to Big Blue Bronvie of DeWitt, Nebraska. Now in ring one, we're going to bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve junior calves. Back over in the Charolais ring, the results of Class 12, first place went to back number 4239, KNS Sancho 0715H, exhibited and owned by Rockin' K Cattle, Lexington, Virginia.
All right. Go ahead. I just have a single entry bull here, and, I think very nice. I think our last one of the show, again, a muscular, shapely bull. I was just telling him he don't have an ounce of hair anywhere, but he still does a lot of things very right. Congratulations. I think this bull's got a ton of value to him as well. We'll visit about him here in just a minute as we come back in for overall. Good work.
And as we get into division and the junior bull calves over here, I think that we've got three really nice calves. Calf to my far right, we talked about him in class. Really square, really dimensional. When we get him on the side profile, probably one of the better looking calves that we've had out here. Is he moving good enough today? It's really hard to tell just because he's so fighting the halter so bad, but a really nice pattern kind of a calf. Calf out of the second class, so just really like this calf in class as far as stoutness of structure and body and muscle shape and dimension, and the way that he puts it all together. Is he as pretty as the calf to the right? No, but I think that he certainly balances out good enough, and there's enough quality in this calf that it overcomes that. Then the big power calf out of the last class, we talked about just muscle shape and dimension and shape and outer turn to the quarter that this guy has, and just sheer pounds of muscle that he does possess. He just doesn't quite balance up as good as the two down here to my far right, but certainly a nice, high-performing, big muscle kind of a calf. I'm going to go out and pick your champion and then come back and reevaluate for reserve.
Well, congratulations over here in the Bronvie ring, your junior calf champion, and go to back number 2149. Congratulations, Jordan Walker. And congratulations, reserve in that division. Coming out of Class 14, congratulations to Jose Antonio Munoz. Back number 2146. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in Ring 1, we'll bring in Class 18. These will be purebred winter bull calves born November to December of 2021.
Well, a very good division of these older Charolais bulls here, and my compliments to these folks on getting them presented. I wanted to bring them around here to the center of the ring so all the folks in the stands can look at these bulls, because I think there's several of them that could see some use, and I think we're at a time where you're trying to find you a Charolais bull to use next, and I think there's a lot of good standing out here, and so my compliments to you. You guys can land on what you prioritize. If I'm, we try to raise Charolais show efforts. That's the bottom line. And when I step over here to the ring side and I look at these things and study them, yeah, they need to be stout and growthy and massive. And I think all of these do that. There's one of them that does it with extra quality and balanced look. When you stand right here, that's the Class 1 bull. He's going to win this division. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Your champion that division coming out of Class 11, back number 4238, RF Full Strut 0223ET, exhibited by Silvera Brothers and Ritter Farms.
Again, good bulls all the way through here, and the bull that was second, I loved just his size, his rib type, his smoothness that he has there. That second place bull, similar comments. He's just good and thick and powerful. This third class winning bull, boy, he's a little different in his look. He's really, really slick-haired, but bull is muscular and athletic and really, really shapely and massive. And so I think there's no wrong way here you can do it. I think they're all really nice bulls. I'm intrigued still by this one out of Class 3. He's going to be a reserve champion. Good job, buddy.
And congratulations, your reserve senior bull. Coming out of Class 13, back number 4241, MJ Mr. Yellowstone 021. Congratulations, Aces Wild Ranch LLC, Millsap, Texas. At this time, we're now going to bring in your champion reserves out of all of our divisions, and our judge, Mr. Parker Henley, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion bull. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as our division champion reserves are coming into the ring, let's put our hands together. Joining us from Stillwater, Oklahoma, your judge today, Mr. Parker Henley.
As we look out here at this class, Captain, I'm going to used to win this class has the most unique pieces and parts, and in my mind is probably one of the harder ones to make in terms of top shape, in terms of upper rib shape, in terms of hip shape, and the way that he holds himself together when we put him in motion. He's also one of the better balanced calves. Is he the deepest bodied, biggest rib calf in the class? No. But is he the most ideal in his rib? Maybe so. But I just think this calf is really, really, really nice, made up through his top, the way that his upper rib shape is made, the way that his hip is made, and how wide he is from stifle to stifle. The big rib, big bodied, soft made kind of calf is the one that we've got in the second hole here. I think this calf in terms of his rib shape is the best one in the class. When I get to really analyzing him in terms of the way that he balances out, I think that he's not quite balanced out. He gets a little bit rounder in his shoulder, gets a little heavier fronted, maybe wants to roll off in his hip compared to the first place calf, but you do have to love how soft middled and easy doing this calf is. And the calf that we've got in the third hole here, not a bad calf by any means, really raw in his makeup, really raw in his condition, and still has quite a bit of muscle. He's just fighting the halter quite a bit, never really give us that good look. Maybe wants to roll off in his hip a little bit and wants to come up in that top more than what I'd like to see.
Well, congratulations back over in the Bronze V ring. First place in that last class of bulls went to back number 2156, Aiden Wolken. Second place exhibited by Shelby Prazik, and third place also by Shelby Prazik. Now in the ring, over here in the Bronze V ring, is class 19. These are senior bull calves born September to October of 2021.
Well, a really nice Charolais bull show here, and again, thank you all for bringing your cattle for me to evaluate them. We live in a world where you can go a lot of different places and do a lot of different things, and just appreciate the opportunity to evaluate your cattle and give you guys my opinion. We're definitely at some interesting times in our breed, and I think there's going to be some challenges we got to go through, but I'm almost certain that we can do it. We can find the next ones and make some progress here in the next few years. And so it'll be a challenge, but I know we can. We got so many great breeders of cattle, and so keep charging on, keep putting your minds to it. I'm sure we'll find that way. And you know, again, as you look at these bulls, I've been just kind of studying them a little bit, looking around. I think, you know, all these bulls have a lot of value to them. And I encourage you, if you're watching ringside, there's something that you like, I would look into it, because you ever tried to feed Charolais bulls and get them to a show and get them to look like this, it's really, really hard. And, you know, there's more things that go wrong than right most times. And I've showed these things and been out here, it's tough. And so my compliments to each one of you. They're good bulls all the way down the lineup. I think one of them, though, that just stands out today and looks just 100%. This big old bull out of last division is going to be our champion here. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion Charolais bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress, RF Full Strut 0223 ET. Congratulations to Silvera Brothers and Ritter Farms.
Here on the Bronvie side, the bull that I'm going to use to win this class is the widest pin, biggest top, biggest ribbed kind of a calf. Of the two, I just love his muscle shape whenever you get on top of him and look, and just how bold and how wide he is and how good ribbed he is. And he's the biggest footed one of the pair out here as well. Now the bull in the second class in the second hole, certainly a little bit softer made, softer middle. He just gets a little bit narrow whenever I get behind him compared to the other calf in front of him, but a really nice soft made, soft middle kind of a calf to finish second.
And congratulations, your reserve grand champion Charolais bull. Coming out of that last division as well, congratulations, Aces Wild Ranch LLC of Millsap, Texas, with MJ Mr. Yellowstone 021. Again, congratulations to all of our Charolais bull exhibitors. A special thank you to our judge, Mr. Parker Henley. Back over in the Bronvie ring, congratulations in Class 19. First place went to JBB Jammin' JR 108J, exhibited by J Bar Bronvie of Headley, Texas. Second place went to back number 2159. Congratulations to Grace Zazinski.
When we bring our divisions out here for this division championship, I think that there's a lot of similarities between our two class winners in terms of top shape and the way that they're made through their hip and the squareness and boldness of both their upper hip as well as the lower stifle that they have. And I think that a lot that can be complemented towards that as we look at these two. When we look at the one to my far right out of the first class, I think he's a little bit more eye appealing. He's a little bit longer fronted kind of a calf. Calf out of the second class is probably a little bit softer middled and a little bit bigger ribbed. I think that the calf to my right is probably a little bit leveler in terms of pin set than the one that we have out of the second class. Calf in the second class is probably tied in a little bit deeper in his twist and has a little bit more lower quarter to him than the calf to my right. So I think that it's really, really close. I think that they're both similar in their type and in their kind. I think that we got to go out and pick the one that we like the best today.
And congratulations back over here in the Charolais ring. We had one group class. Congratulations in your produce of Dam. First place will go to Car Cattle Company of Webb City, Missouri. Well, then congratulations in the Bronvie ring. Your senior calf champion goes back number 2156. Congratulations, Aiden Wilkin with the WCCR, Calvin Klein 1131. And reserve in that division, back number 2160. Congratulations to J Bar Bronvie, Headley, Texas with JBB Jam and JR 108J. We're now going to bring in your final class here in our purebred Bronvie Bull Show. This will be Class 21 Summer Yearling Bulls, born May to June of 2021.
Well, in this class and in division, I think that this guy wins pretty handedly. We've talked about some of the cattle that needed rib to go along with the hip, and I think that this guy's got it. He's certainly a deep middle kind of a calf. He's a big hip kind of a calf. He's so full in his hip, not just to be big, he's full in his hip. Yeah, we might like to stretch him out in that hip just a little bit, but he's so smooth in his transitions from his shoulder to his rib cage. Just a really nice, sound, big-footed kind of a bull to win this division. The next calf in line, I think that you could find a lot of spots to use this guy in. He's a big-topped rascal. I mean, you look down his top, and he's a ridgeback dude that's got a ton of muscle and a ton of hip in him. He wants to get underneath himself a little awkward at times. He wants to get outside of himself, outside of his carriage a little bit whenever you put him in motion. But here's a guy that you really appreciate in just in terms of the amount of raw muscle and shape that he does have. So two really good bulls. Really like the bull that won this division.
Well, at this time in ring 1, we're going to bring in all your division champion reserves. Our judge will be selecting his champion reserve purebred Bronvie bull.